Hey, imontheedge here, back again with another brand new video. So today I will be no damaging the entirety of Chapter 2 in Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. And also this mission. So I'm also planning on S ranking and doing all the objectives for every mission except for this one. Why? Because I will not be doing all the objectives. Let me go over all the objectives in this mission real quick. So your primary objective is to extract the CIA agent. Extract the CIA agent? I don't know if I'm saying that right, but whatever. The secondary objectives are extract the CIA agent before his discovery by the search team, extract 4 search team soldiers, extract the driver of the transport vehicle, extract 2 prisoners from Shago, I don't know how to pronounce that village, and Lamar Kate Palace, and extract the Soviet soldier plotting to assassinate the CIA agent. So why am I not doing all the objectives? Well, because it's impossible to do all the objectives in one run, because 2 of the objectives contradict each other. So if you do the extract the CIA agent before his discovery by the search team objective, it will cancel out the extract the Soviet soldier plotting to assassinate the CIA agent, because if you do that first objective where you get the agent before he's discovered, then he's never going to be taken to the base where the assassin shows up, so the assassin never spawns. Now if you do the assassin objective where extract that Soviet soldier plotting to assassinate the CIA agent, then it cancels out that objective where you extract the CIA agent before he's discovered, because you need him to be discovered in order for the assassin to show up. So instead, I'm just going to do the primary objective and complete this mission in 1 to 2 minutes. So yeah, start off with the vehicle here and pretty much just drive off into the distance, right next to the yellow objective, and go out into the desert, because that's where all the walker gears are going to be hanging out and all that. And well, since I'm not going to be doing all the objectives, I decided that I'm going to get the no trace bonus in order to kind of boost my score a lot. And also, no trace objective is a bit of a hidden objective, and you don't always have to do it. In fact, if you want to do all the objectives in this in a mission, sometimes no trace is kind of impossible. But for my knowledge, honestly, let me look up what no trace really means, because I have a vague idea of what a no trace run looks like. Never fire your gun. Never leave a trace of yourself in the game, so no bullet fired, never get caught per se. I don't know, let me look the official definition of what a no trace thing is. So in order to get no trace, you cannot fire any bullet, you cannot attack using buddies, mounting guns, or fire support, you cannot harm anyone, and yeah, you cannot harm anyone. You cannot enter reflex mode or combat alert status. You cannot call supply drops, and you cannot use score resisting items. So you can still point your gun, you can still hold up enemies, you can still interrogate them, you can still reload your gun, you can still use the flashlight, you can still use basic CQC, you can still reload to a previous checkpoint, and you can also still ask for the helicopter to pick you up and leave the area. You can still ask for helicopter air support. Oh, okay. You can still pick up resources and plant, Fulton held up enemies, prisoners, vehicles, containers, gun placements, drive vehicles, a lot of things. I'm not going to go over everything, but yeah, just don't do those things I mentioned in the beginning, and then you'll get a no trace bonus. And yeah, there we go. I completed the objective, because he's just chilling out here, so I can just ignore all the walker gears and just run to where this guy is. And since I have D-Dog with me, I just run there, I get him, and then we leave. I already called the helicopter, or I think I'm actually going to try to exit the area by land, maybe? I don't know, but also I'm wearing the Gray Fox suit, which I'm actually very surprised that this doesn't restrict your ranking. I'm still going to get an S rank even wearing this suit that makes me faster and jump farther. Though to be fair, one downside of the Gray Fox suit is that you can't use any of your rocket punch stuff. Pretty much your secondary weapon, which isn't a pistol, is pretty much taken away from you, because I guess the Gray Fox never lost his arm. He just has a normal arm, so you can't do a big running punch. You can't do the rocket punch thing, shoot your arm off, and you can't use the stun arm, and the stun arm is very useful. So I'm not always going to be using the Gray Fox suit, but I decided to use it now because running very, very far distances is a lot better when I'm using that said Gray Fox suit, yeah. And also, I think you can only unlock the Gray Fox suit after you beat the game, as in do mission 46. And also, Chapter 2, here is a big issue with it. You end up repeating a lot of missions. But yeah, let me just recap the objectives of this mission real quick. So yeah, this is okay, just give me a bit of time here. So this is main ops 33, but it is a repeat of main ops 4 or 3, I forget. But yeah, our objectives are Identify the comms equipment at the Eastern Communication Post and destroy that comms equipment. But the secondary objectives are to secure rough diamonds hidden near the Eastern Communication Post, destroy the transmitter at the Eastern Communication Post, extract the 2 prisoners from Dawale village, I probably pronounced that wrong, and extract the materials container from that Eastern Communication Post. So we have to do all that. However, there's been a bit of a switch up. We are on this is like a subsistence variant of the mission, which means you enter the field with 0 equipment and have to pretty much procure all your equipment like on site. So yeah, SOP, on-site procurement, which is a very nice callback to the Metal Gear Solid 1, maybe Metal Gear 2 and 1. I don't know if like SOP works the same way in those games, but I assume they do. But yeah, we're dealing by SOP rules, and that kind of adds a lot more challenge to this mission. Also, another thing is that since you can't choose your own equipment, you also can't choose what time of day you enter this mission, though you can manipulate it. So usually when you're like, commencing a mission, you choose like what time of day, like ASAP 0600 or 1800. However, here you only have the option to enter ASAP. So if you want to enter at nighttime, it has to be nighttime in your game currently. So if it's daytime in your game currently and you decide to do this mission, you're going to be thrown into this area during the day. But I'm going to enter at night because the objective with the prisoners is a lot easier to do during night because there's no one guarding the prisoners. But at daytime, it gets way more complicated because there's going to be like 2 or 3 dudes around. And like, since you're opening doors, you're extracting people, that makes a lot of noise. That's just not going to be fun to deal with. Also, some of your equipment does carry over into this mission, like your wormhole fultons, which are pretty much a version of the fulton like extraction like thing, where you don't have to like worry about ceilings or doors because you just suck people into like a wormhole. So that stuff actually does carry over. So I can just run into a building and just extract everyone inside that building without having to worry about ceilings. And the wormhole fulton is always like the best weapon. However, there is a certain mission where it's better not to use it, and I'll explain like why when we get to that mission. So yeah, here we just procured our first weapon, a gun. So we're not really going to shoot anyone with this gun. We're instead going to hold people up. However, if you're going to hold someone up, you're going to have to crawl. You're going to have to move a lot slower than that. Oh wait, I think I actually want to get that vehicle to kind of speed up moving around the world. Though for some reason, I guess I kind of oh wait, no, I did not mess it up because they saw the bodies on the ground, so they're actually going to get off. But here, I'm just going to knock them out and just take this, pretty much extract everyone here, get some nice soldiers, and get some more ammo for this gun, which I'm never going to fire because I don't want to kill anyone, and also don't want to make any commotion because my weapon is not silenced. But yeah, we have a vehicle, which is going to make traversing this level easier, but at one point I'm going to abandon it because vehicle, like, I don't know, like the way the vehicles are like handled in this game kind of feel like ass. They slip a lot. They kind of tend to get stuck on this like rather uneven terrain, and you're better off running, except for the fact they're running slower than using the vehicles. It's like, oh man, come on. Like most of the time, it's better to use the horse. Oh yeah, that's another thing. So subsistence, the subsistence like variants of the missions. They also don't allow you to carry any buddies into battle, so probably one of the most challenging things about this mission is that I don't have every single enemy marked on the map, so I either have to know the level beforehand, or I have to actually take a bit of time to scout the area out in case like an enemy accidentally like, gets the better of me. So you have to be very, very tactical here. So yeah, and also it doesn't mark where the prisoners are, so you kind of have to know where they are. So yeah, this is where the first prisoner is, and the second prisoner is to an area more to like the front of me. Oh yeah, also I don't have the sneaking suit on me. I have like pretty much a pretty standard like camo outfit, which means that my footsteps are loud. So when I'm crouch walking towards someone and they're like 5 meters away from me, they're gonna turn around, and that's why they keep turning around. While with the sneaking suit, your footsteps are completely silent when you're like crouch walking. So that's another level of challenge to this mission. Like, I don't know, this mission, it's pretty simple, but it's just that there's a huge chunk of terrain in between, like, your 2 objectives. Like, you just go to this place to rescue 2 prisoners, and then every single other objective is at, like, the other location. So it's just kind of like, it's pretty much, it's just like a massive detour. Though, to be fair, not too massive. Like, the only thing that's really massive about this detour is that I have to, like, go all the way to that other location after doing this thing. It's just kind of like, man, come on. Like, I mean, if you see my other videos, I complained about the open world. Like, yeah, the sandbox nature of the stealth is pretty fun, but like the travel time between certain locations is just like way too excessive. Like, it's way too much overkill. They could have like shrunk it down a bit, and you wouldn't lose anything. because like all like the fun interactive like sandbox like elements of like the stealth happen in these little outposts and like a little bit around the outpost, but the empty areas like in between said outposts don't really add anything. Like a bit of downtime's fun, but like this is just way too much. Like it's like it goes back to not being fun anymore. And here I'm trying to get back into this vehicle, but it's like at a slanted angle, so it's kind of hard. So yeah, I mean, like since this video is like 4 hours, I'm gonna bring up some like topics every now and then. And one of those topics is the voice actor of Skullface, who's named James Horan. I think I pronounced that wrong, but whatever. I just learned recently that he also voices Lao Kao Long in Yakuza 1 on the PS2, because that game actually got dubbed. And since nobody really liked the dub, or since the series really didn't make that much money, they just quit doing the dub and they went all Japanese with subtitles. And I do like that change quite a bit. But, you know, the Yakuza 1 dub has some charm to it, even if it also is a little bit bogus sometimes. But there's some good voices here and there. I think it's just mostly, like, the script and sound editing kind of kills it a lot of the time. But there's a few good choices here and there. I really like the guy they chose to voice Date. I mean, yeah, he also voices Goofy, and once you realize that, it becomes very funny. But, like, he really does nail, like, a really, like, downtrodden, like, noir-type detective. And yeah, the voice actor, yeah, James Horan also voiced Lao Kao Long. And just comparing like his two performances there, like his performance as Lao Kao Long and his performance as Skullface, like they're so different. Like sometimes you can pick up like kind of similar like vocal tendencies, but he really is delivering a completely different character. And to be fair, it's because he's kind of putting on an accent for Lao Kao Long, but it's a little bit subtle, but not that subtle really. Yeah, but Skullface, he's going way more American cowboy type thing. Though to be fair, he's not really okay. I mean, I think I might be confusing his voice with his like his aesthetic sensibilities, because like he's wearing like a cowboy like outfit, kind of like big suit, big hat, like Zorro mask. Like, you know, he's pretty ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, I've mentioned before that like James Horan gives a fantastic performance as Skullface, but I just think it's really funny that he's also been involved in the Yakuza series somewhat. So yeah, I may have spent 4 months not releasing a Yakuza video, but hey, Metal Gear's like Yakuza, right? We got the same actors, you know, they have so much in common. I absolutely love the rolls you can do here. I don't know if I mentioned it in the previous video, but I'm just going to reiterate, love these rolls, because like the dolphin dive you do in this game is more useful than the rolls you can do in previous games, but you can still do a roll if you like dolphin dive off a high enough place, and it's just like, ooh, momentum, nice, keep it going, yeah. So yeah, by this point, by this video, I've pretty much done all the main ops in this game, so now I'm a little bit more familiar with the game and whatnot. But something which I like to mention is in order to do all the main ops, I actually had to grind a bit of the side ops as well, because I was also grinding out Quiet's friendship, because you can't unlock one of the final missions without having a 100% bond with Quiet, and I have been completely ignoring Quiet throughout like almost my entire playthrough. So I just spent like a good 4 to 5 hours, or maybe 3 to 4 hours. I'm exaggerating a bit, just going on side ops and just doing them with Quiet. And like Quiet has some good uses. In fact, she actually is very helpful for the wandering mother base soldiers like side ops, because she has a chance to actually like just one shot them non-lethally. Though if you do it lethally, oh my goodness, no, don't do that. Like, you also have to grind out Quiet to the point where she actually has a non-lethal sniper rifle, because I do not play this game lethally. And it's just kind of weird, because I've spent like 100 hours on this game, like a little more, over 100 hours, maybe double that. And I'm trying to stick to a non-lethal playstyle, just because lethality in Metal Gear is never really that fun unless you're playing like some of the very first games, which don't really have that many non-lethal options. Like, it's more fun to go about this in a non-lethal fashion for the most part. But yeah, so like for Metal Gear Solid 5 especially, because every time you like non-lethally take out a soldier, you actually gain their you can add them to mother base. I talked about this before, yada yada, you know, mother base management. Yeah, so this is the part where all their other extra objectives like begin. You pretty much start by climbing this like crack in the wall in this like area of the map, and then you run past these wolves. And also I think I'm going to reload a checkpoint, so you can reload a checkpoint in this game and you can still get S rank. So I'm going to do that. In fact, you can actually abuse it a bit, because I think every time you reload a checkpoint, like your previous attempt doesn't add to the time, so it's like, whoa. So yeah, here's a diamond. That's one of our objectives completed, and now our next couple objectives is to like destroy a transmitter, like extract some materials, and I think that's about it. But also some other objectives are to identify some of those said transmitters and all that, or like communication posts or whatnot. Oh, but since we don't have any equipment, we don't have any C4. So now we need to get a little creative about how to tackle like this objective. Because we need to like procure something which can destroy the things which we need destroyed. And what I'm gonna procure are some grenades. They're gonna be in this little cabin and around this area. So before I go to that little cabin, I think I'm gonna take out these two enemies right here. So yeah, choke this guy out. Oh, and there's also going to be two enemies approaching us. That's why I'm so fast on like the draw here, trying to get to this area. Because if I'm not fast enough, like the two enemies over there are going to notice that I'm choking out these two guys, and that's going to complicate things. And I think at one point I am going to run up to those guys over there and like knock them out. But for now, I think I'm better off just choking these guys out. And yeah, balloon them, because ballooning is the best way to hide a body. So yeah, like I think it's in a cabin to my left. That's where some grenades are going to be. And I should also probably mention that I do look at like YouTube like walkthroughs sometimes to like learn strategies or whatnot. And I've mentioned like which YouTubers I've watched in my previous videos, so go watch my previous videos. And oh yeah, if you're new, yeah, definitely check out my previous videos. So to be fair, it is kind of a huge commitment for you to like watch all my previous like Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain videos, because my first one is like 4 hours and 36 minutes, while my second one is about 4 hours, and this one is once again about 4 hours. So it's like a nearly 12, like over 12 hours of like commentary and gameplay. Like I don't know, it's a huge commitment to stick to, and that's probably why like my second and third video in like this Phantom Pain No Damage trilogy have gotten less views, because it's like you gotta watch the first one. So more people watch the first one, and then they'll get around to the second and third. It's like it's a lot, and most of that time is just because I am doing the extra objectives. Because I don't know, if you just stick with the main objective, you can get by this mission a lot quicker. All the missions a lot quicker. But nah, extra objectives. And yeah, I've talked about like the merits of extra objectives in my previous videos as well, so I guess I won't reiterate it here. But yeah, I was kind of talking about how I have, since I now have done all the main objectives, I was grinding out side ops, and one of those side ops is the... Oh yeah, so once I have the grenades, I'm going to go to like this transmitter thing, where it's just like this one room with like all the communications. So like yeah, there's these satellites here, you could destroy them, but there's no need to destroy them. Instead, oh yeah, so here I climbed that building because I thought it'd be neat, but it really didn't end up doing anything. Oh yeah, one advantage of reloading checkpoints is that all the enemies I marked in my previous attempt are just gonna be marked when I reload the checkpoint there, so that's very fun. Oh, here's one of the most fun things I can do. So I don't really have any equipment except for like my grenades and like the shooting things, so I don't have any magazines to throw as distractions, so instead of throwing magazines, I'm going to throw grenades to like distract the enemy. So like the enemies have like this tendency to kind of crowd around the room, which I have to enter and blow up. So instead of you know, waiting for them to like move out of the way or sneaking past them, I'm just going to throw a grenade to like the other side to kind of draw their attention over there, and that's how I'm going to sneak into the building. It's a really fun strategy. Honestly, I should have done this like earlier in my previous attempts, but I guess I just never had it. I never needed to do it, but now since like my equipment is so limited, I'm coming up with this really fun strategy with just chucking grenades across like this outpost and just drawing the enemy to that exact location. Like, it's really, really useful. I honestly should have done this more, though. I guess the active decoys kind of serve the same purpose. But, like, the grenade, I think actually has, like, a better chance to, like, draw enemy attention. Though, to be fair, I could also use C4. I could put it in a very specific place and then blow it up at a very specific point to draw their attention. That's also another way to do things. And I rarely do that as well, but I did do that I actually did that in this very mission, like, in my first attempt. Like, you know, the normal version of this mission. So yeah, you're going to be repeating a lot of previous missions in Chapter 2, and I gotta say, like, the Subsistence, like, variants of the missions are really fun. Like, just, like, they completely change the dynamic of how the mission works, though some of the other modifiers, a little less so. I'll get to those modifiers when I get to, like, that kind of mission, because it's a long video. I might as well save my thoughts for that for when we're there. Okay, so yeah, here's the room with, like, the little transmitter thing. So I'm going to chuck a grenade there. I'm going to go out the window, like, to my right, to like kind of get out of there sneakily, and then I'm going to just continue on to my left because that's where the material containers are going to be, and I'm actually going to exit the level on that said like material container just by like grabbing onto my Fulton, like my wormhole like extraction device, and I'm just going to leave, and that will complete all the objectives in the level, and it's going to be really awesome.
Has been updated. Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development project has been added.
Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only.
Here's another repeated mission, and this is a mission which I actually did in my first video. And in my first video, I did not do all the objectives for this mission because it is insane. And since this is an extreme version of that mission, which honestly I don't really know what it changes besides maybe tanks having more health and enemies having better weapons. But yeah, this is an extreme version of that mission, so like, yeah, no, I'm not doing all the objectives because you have to like perfectly route everything, and that's just a pain in the ass. So instead, I'm just gonna go for a nice smooth S rank with no traces instead. And this is the last time I'll be pulling this stunt. I don't know. Usually, like, there's at least one mission in my previous videos which I decided not to do all the objectives, but for this video, it's gonna be 2 missions. But every single other mission, I will be S ranking and doing all the objectives. So you know, look forward to that. Look forward to it. It's a very long video, yeah. But, you know, just for fun. I mean, my strategy here is going to be very simple. I'm going to intersect like one tank. I'm going to put my D-horse in front of that tank. And then I'm going to run behind that tank, like exfiltrate that tank. And then I'm going to call my helicopter, smoke a vape, and then leave. And that's my entire strategy. And here I have a sick-ass silver skin for Snake. You will be seeing it a lot more throughout this video. In fact, throughout this video, I will not be using the sneaking suit at any point just because, well, since most of these missions are replays, and since I'm more familiar with the game and have like better tools, I mean, I might as well not rely on like the sneaking suit and instead just get more stuff with like more swag to them, like this silver skin, like this silver naked skin. And to be fair, I don't really know how you would unlock the silver naked skin. I think it has something to do with like completing all the repeat missions, or maybe just completing all the missions in general. But I was able to get this skin before I unlocked mission 46, so it's weird. I don't know exactly the exact requirements to get it. I do know that the exact requirements to get the gold skin, and you have to S rank every single mission, but the thing is, I still had to S rank every single mission, and I recorded those attempts, you know, for my video. So once I was done with this video, I unlocked the gold skin, so I was not able to use the gold skin in any part of this video. Only the silver skin, but the silver skin's pretty swag. In fact, I don't know, when I was a kid, I used to think that like second place was better than first place because I just liked silver better. I didn't really like gold as a color because I thought it was too yellow. Like, I know, silver kind of felt like the real like metal ore to me, not like gold. And yeah, so that was an opinion I used to have, and I used to think that some like second place like sport competitors were better, like in tennis. Like I didn't really like I forget their names, I'm not gonna say it. Like Rafael, I used to like Rafael better than Leo, but I don't even know if the dude's called Leo. So yeah, I just extracted the tank, and now I'm going to call the helicopter, which is like right in front of me, and I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna smoke the vape, and I'm gonna like dip. Like, what is that? That's it, that's the mission. Wait, did I say I was going to list out all the other objectives of this mission? Might as well. So like your primary objective is to eliminate an armored vehicle. Already did that. And your secondary objectives are to eliminate multiple fighting vehicles or gunships, eliminate all armored vehicles without resupply drops or fire support, secure the weapon the transport truck was carrying, extract an armored vehicle, extract 4 soldiers searching for an escaped prisoner, extract 6 prisoners, and extract 3 tanks. And like you do it all in like this huge ass map. You're on a time limit, and like you have to like work with like very specific scripts, because like if you're not fast enough in like certain areas, some prisoners might die. If you're not fast enough, certain vehicles will leave the mission area and you won't be able to extract them. So it's completing all the objectives and S rank insanity. I don't have the patience for it, so instead I'm just doing S rank. I'm just ending it there. Simple as that.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories about this one, boss.
So here we have an original mission, and to be fair, like this game, like chapter 2 kind of starts off with having like an original mission, 2 like repeats, then an original mission, 2 repeats, an original mission, and then by the end of the game it goes like 1 repeat, then 1 original mission, and then they do that until mission like 46, and then the rest of the missions are repeat missions. So it's like, I mean, come on. But yeah, the objectives for this mission. Your primary objective is to extract 2 containers. Your secondary objectives are to complete the mission by riding a Fulton extracted container. I did that in the previous mission of this video. Complete the mission without the enemy discovering the missing containers. Pinpoint the soldier's location from an intel file. Extract the commander of the zero-risk security force guarding the mansion, and recover the rough diamond snatched by the Raven near Lufa Valley Northeast guard post. Now we're going to start off by doing that like diamonds objective, and also I dropped in like the the upper section of this map. I don't know, you have like 2 drop down points, I believe, like one at like near the bottom of the map and one near like the top. And now here I marked the location where the diamonds are, so I'm just running towards those diamonds, and like near those diamonds are going to be some hyenas. And the way I'm going to deal with those hyenas is like with my automatic silenced like stun weapon. So I don't know, usually like I had this weapon on me, but it was never silenced, but now I have upgraded it enough that it is now silenced. And I do have a lot of really good gear. Maybe not the best, especially not for like online, but I never really messed around with this game's online system. So yeah, I just have a bunch of hyenas kind of surrounding this place. And also there's like some ravens flying overhead, but like what are you going to do like with the ravens? Like you're going to deal with the hyenas. So here I'd like to get up close and personal somewhat with this gun. Now there is this thing you can do where like it goes into slow motion and you can like do a QTE thing against like these type of animals, but I don't know if like that deals damage to you. And also I think like if that happens, like you're gonna lose your bonus of like no reflex mode. Like I don't know, this game has this weird thing where even if you turn like reflex mode off, certain things will still activate it even if you have it turned off, and if it's activated it will like cancel like your no reflex bonus in the mission. It's happened in like my second video and it's gonna happen in this video as well. But yeah, it's really, really weird. So yeah, we recovered our diamond, and now we're going to run towards the mansion. Now, the way I'm going to approach this mansion is I'm going to like try to get on the left side once I like go to a certain crossing, go through like the water, and then I'm going to like circle all the way to like near the back of the house. And then once I'm near the back of the house, I'm going to use my stun arm. And I'm going to get into a very specific location where I'm just going to stun pretty much everyone in the mansion and almost everyone around the mansion. And I'm going to run in, get the commander, get the intel file on where the soldier is, and I'm going to leave to like extract the containers. And then once I do that container objective, I'm going to pretty much like, okay, so the intel file you get just kind of gets a lot of soldiers. Yeah, so here I'm just running on the left side. There are mines in this area, but if you run on this path, you're never really going to like encounter those mines. And also you can kind of keep a full sprint for pretty much almost like this entire section until you reach like the section where you have to slow down and use your stun arm, because like the soldiers are so far away or not looking in your direction that it's all completely fine. There's like a little satellite thing, maybe you could destroy it for funsies, but I'm not here for funsies. I'm here to like get for business. So yeah, here climb up to this part and keep running until you reach like that divide over there. Now this next part can be a bit random, but if you like crawl at this point, it doesn't really matter if it's random or not. Like there's going to be a soldier there, but we're just going to crawl over, and I'm going to start charging up the stun arm because this is pretty much the area I'm going to be in. So sometimes a soldier will be like right there, or sometimes he won't be, like right now. But it doesn't really matter because he's never going to be looking in your direction at this point. So as long as you're crawling and not making any noise, you'll be fine. Then boom, use a stun arm, and then we're going to run inside this building. This is pretty much the area where the commander is always going to be, and also the area where the intel file is always going to be. So, you know, get that nice intel file. Over like 9 hours later, that animation still has not gotten old. So yeah, here we go. There's our commander. So we're just going to extract them. And oh yeah, there's a little transmitter thing. So if you move, you can blow that up and kill communication at this base. But there's some soldiers nearby it, and I don't want to really deal with full-tending those soldiers or whatnot. So instead, now we're just going to run away. And I've marked where our first like materials container is going to be approximately. Though sometimes I have a habit of forgetting it, but I don't know, usually just kind of go in that area and then kind of go down until you find some soldiers guarding some materials, and then you'll go from there. So the objective where it's like extract the containers without any of the soldiers noticing, what it means is pretty much just knock out all the soldiers around the material container and then extract it, and then you'll be good. Also, a fun little gimmick of this mission is that once you extract the first material container, a countdown timer is going to start, though it's going to give us enough time to extract the second one, but you know, it adds a little bit of tension to this mission. In fact, I just like avoided that mine completely, and that mine too, like oh my goodness, that's what I'm saying. This place is mined, but thankfully I did not blow up any of those mines. So it honestly reminds me a lot of Ground Zeroes, because there's like a certain moment in like Ground Zeroes where once you complete all your objectives and have to leave, a countdown timer starts, and it was really cool. But yeah, it's just kind of that it comes back here. Also, I think this is only like the second mission to have like a timer of sorts. The only other one was like that back up, back down mission, which I don't like much. But here, like the timers, I think is a lot cooler. But yeah, let me talk about side ops for a bit. I kept trying to talk about it, but I got distracted by the fact that I'm talking about like the gameplay footage being shown on screen right now. Oh yeah, but what? Okay, I'm gonna not talk about side ops. So you can get your intel file multiple ways, and by multiple ways, I mean there's two like places to get the intel file. This is one of those places, but you don't have to get like the 2 intel files. Like if you get the one at the house, you pretty much completed your objective for good. But if you get it here, then you also completed your objective for good. You don't need to get both. You only need to get one. Oh my goodness, that was crazy. That dude like noticed me for like 4 or 5 seconds. But since like D-Dog knocked him out, like I guess the base did not go into full alert. Like that was such a clutch move. Like oh my goodness. One fun thing about this silver skin is the way it kind of like reflects. Like once like the way it reflects off light, and also like when it gets all like wet and shiny. I really like that. It looks cool. But back to the side ops. So let me just mention a little fun thing about the side ops in this game. So in side op Unlucky Dog 3, like I cleared out the entire airport. Like I literally cleared out that entire base. I interrogated like every single person I knocked out, and not a single person told me where the prisoner was located. It was horrible. I was just running across that whole empty ass like airport. I could not find like the prisoner. It was so frustrating. I actually like looked it up online where they were, and I was so mad. Like why didn't a single person at the base who was like holding the prisoner hostage not tell me where they are? Like what's the point of the interrogation system if you're not going to tell me anything useful? It was like that's not how the other Unlucky Dog missions worked. So I was just kind of like, what? I think one thing which made it really frustrating was that it was like one of those missions which I had Quiet for, and Quiet can't like mark every single enemy in the area, so I was just like mindlessly running around the area. Though, to be fair, I might have actually had D-Dog with me, but even with D-Dog, I was not able to find the prisoners. I was just like, bruh, man, come on. Yeah, so here's the material container, and like most this XOF like outfit was always gonna have like these riot suits, I believe, so you can't really tranquilize them. I mean, that one guard which like noticed me the first time, I was like trying to stun him with like my stun like weapon, but it didn't work because he had armor. So it was just like, man, come on. So now you need to get more like you need to like adopt more strategies with a stun arm, or strategies with like CQC, or strategies with using D-Dog. So yeah, there we go. There's a countdown timer. But all I have to do is like pretty much run to like the other side of this map here, and we're going to come across some guys here. And also, I'm saving the stun arm for like this encounter, because I remember that there was a lot of soldiers guarding like this container. I didn't use it for like the first container here. I instead relied on D-Dog and CQC. But for here, I'm going to try to use the stun arm to kind of knock everyone out. Though I don't think I'm that successful, and to be fair, I think part of that is because there really are not that many soldiers here. There's only like 2 at the moment, but I might be wrong on that. And to be fair, I don't want to take chances. I'm going to take the easy way out, and the easy way out for this container is the stun arm. Very, very nice. And to be fair, the stun arm is the easy way out for a lot of like missions in this game, and I will be using it a lot more. Oh yeah, so here I'm going to ride this container out of here once I like exfiltrate like these guys, and then I'm just gonna leave, and that's gonna complete the mission. It's gonna be awesome, yeah. Oh, but before I like shut up, also, so like in Unlucky Dog 3, when I finally found like the prisoner and like the other dude, I blew up an antenna like next to the building the prisoner was on, and he started screaming super loud. It was like insane. Also, this is unrelated, but at one point in this game I saw D-Dog piss, and he might piss in this video, so be on the lookout for that, because I might not be on the lookout for that, but he does piss sometimes. It's insane.
That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only.
Another repeat mission. And also, I said I'd talk about the modifiers to like these repeat missions, but I forgot to talk about extreme. But before I talk about that, let me talk about the objectives for this mission. So your main objective, your primary objective, is to eliminate all the walker gears. Your secondary objectives are to extract 2 prisoners being held at the place, extract all the walker gears, but no, your primary objective is to eliminate all walker gears, but your secondary objective is to extract them, you know, kind of put a balloon on them. But if you eliminate them with like rocket launchers and whatnot, that counts for your primary objective, but not your secondary objective. So I'm going to be extracting them. Another objective is to pick a certain type of flower, your digitalis lutea, at the same place, and also extract a truck from the place. And those are all your objectives. I already did this mission before. It's actually one of the simpler missions. It's kind of like a big speed run mission where you just kind of take out every single person at the base and then leave. But I'm not sure if I'm actually going to do that like in this run, but I will be taking out a majority of the people and also complete all my objectives. But before we do that, we have this long run to the objective. It's kind of like, what's the purpose of this? There's nothing to do out here in this like empty field. Like, oh yeah, you can get a car, but like, what's the point of that? Why design like this mission like that? Why not drop me off closer? I mean, to be fair, not too close, or else the enemies are gonna start shooting at me. But it's kind of like, bro, what are we doing here? Like, I mean, yeah, D-Horse, like, shut up, okay? Oh yeah, I was going to talk about the modifiers. So yeah, Subsistence is a really fun modifier. Like, you know, you just enter a building, like SOP, nice reference to like the first couple Metal Gears, and also like dynamically changes how you approach levels, because now you have to rely on what the level provides you, not what you bring into it. So it's like, ooh. And honestly, the levels can provide a lot more than you would expect, like vehicles, like weapons, and like also rocket launchers and all that. Just, you can get really creative with the type of stuff you pick up, and also the way you use that stuff. You know, the nice sandbox, like stealth nature. The extreme modifier, like I kind of like it for boss fights, because I don't know, some boss fights have way too little health. For example, Quiet is like ridiculously easy in like her first like boss fight, but on her extreme difficulty she's a lot more like engaging, and I do like the increased health. But for the most part, like besides boss fights, it doesn't really change much of anything. Like for the back up back down thing, I'm assuming it adds more health to the tanks, but since the way I would approach that is to extract all the tanks, it doesn't really matter how much health they have. So it's like, what? Like, come on, man. But it does kind of like make boss fights a little more interesting, though not all the time. Sometimes it's a little overkill. But for Quiet specifically, I really like the extreme variant of her mission. It makes it like a little bit more in line with like previous Metal Gear Solid games, because I don't know, I would play previous Metal Gear Solid games on its hardest difficulty. But now this modifier here, Total Stealth, this modifier is completely pointless. Oh, and I mean, extreme also makes it that you can't use reflex mode or the chicken hat. And it's just kind of like, I already don't use reflex mode in the chicken hat for the previous mission, so it doesn't really matter for me. Though I guess for someone who was kind of skating by on using those items, I guess like that modifier is going to put a big hole, like a big wrench in their plans. So yeah, here like I'm just approaching this place like from the right and just slowly going like kind of curving from the right all the way up and just eliminating every single enemy around here, because like at the very top there are some walker gears, pretty much all the walker gears. So I'm using like the rocket punch to take everyone out, because it's a really fun weapon to use. Though to be fair, you're not going to see it too much because the stun arm is honestly more useful, but like for this level in particular, the rocket punch is really fun. And I don't know, I mean, one downside of the rocket punch is the enemies wake up really fast and you can only really take out so many enemies, but it is really fun to use. Especially for this level, because like it's like each enemy like section is like in these little like clumps. You know, like, oh, here's like 3 enemies guarding this tent. Oh, here's 3 enemies over there guarding this tent. So it's like you can take it like piece by piece with a rocket punch, and it's just like nice. But yeah, like the total stealth modifier is completely pointless. I've already been doing that. Like very rarely would I ever break like a perfect stealth no kills objective for the missions. I'm trying to do every single mission like that. So like when I go to this mission, it's like, oh, do total stealth. Like I already do that. Like this mission is not different in the slightest, aside from like the modifiers this game like adds from like enemies having helmets or whatnot. So it's just like, what are we doing here? There's zero reason for this mission to exist. Like, I mean, the other modifiers are more fun. Like, they actually add something new to experience. But here it's like, I'm just going through the same mission again. Like, why are you doing this? And like, I've heard people make arguments that, oh yeah, like having to repeat a bunch of missions over and over, like you know, it's like a phantom pain of the game. You know, you're like you're in an endless proxy war. Like, there's no reason to do anything. You're just doing these like extra missions for no reason. It's so deep. But it's just kind of like, I don't think it goes that deep. Like, I think it's just that the developers wanted to have like more challenging versions of the previous missions, and like that's not a bad idea. I don't know, like interpreting this as like a punishment to the player for like engaging in like, you know, the endless like proxy wars of like, you know, the phantom pain. Like, I don't think it goes that deep. I think it is a good idea to like have harder versions of previous missions to add more content to your game, but it's just like the way they're implemented here are really obnoxious. And to be fair, you could technically beat all the main original missions without ever doing any of these repeat missions and still get to the ending. Though to be fair, this game is very cryptic about how you get the ending, so some players might be confused on how to get the ending. But, you know, you could technically just do all the original missions and never touch like these extra missions. However, since I'm doing all of Chapter 2, I will be doing all these extra missions, and I just want to say the Total Stealth modifier has no reason to be here, since I'm already playing a Total Stealth-like playthrough for the most part. Like, I don't know, just the fact that you can get perfect stealth, no kills, is enough incentive to, like, not to do total stealth. But here, it's like, there's no reason for it. Unless, like, all this is going to do is, like, make players who aren't doing total stealth, like, really mad. But players who are already doing total stealth are just going to be bored. Because, like, I already did this, my guy. Like, and to be fair, this mission is fun. I had fun replaying it. And also, it kind of gives me a chance to do this mission while wearing this sick-ass, like, silver naked skin. Like, that's pretty much like my only... Oh, here I'm going to place a CE4 and never detonate it. Just kind of a big failing on my part. So yeah, I believe once I extract all the walker gears, I'm actually going to go pick up the flower, which is on my right side. To be fair, right now, the way I'm facing it's on my left side. It's hard to tell, but yeah, like right in front of me over there, like that's where the flower is. So I'm just going to go find it. And thankfully, it's already marked on the map for me, though it won't always be marked on the map for you. So I don't know, the way you just get to it, just run around this area, and it will be around there. It's kind of like a greenish, yellowish plant. And there it is, very nice. We're gonna get it, and that completes one of the objectives. And I still have to rescue the prisoners, which are kind of more on the left side of like this base over here. So I'm gonna run back, get the prisoners, and then I'm gonna run out of this area, and that's pretty much how I complete this objective. It's a much more like small scale mission. Like it's kind of incredible that all the extra objectives are all like at the same place. It's really refreshing. I don't know, it's a really pretty brief, pretty simple mission, and I like it. So like revisiting it, it's kind of nice to see that. But yeah, I was saying something. So yeah. So all the when it comes to the modifiers, subsistence is cool. Extreme can be cool. Total stealth is just kind of like is a waste of time. Though like with these are like modifiers existing, it just kind of makes me wonder, why can't you just apply all these modifiers to like every single mission? And then it kind of got me realizing, is it possible to enter an area without any equipment, like just by yourself? Like, can you like manually choose to not enter an area without any equipment? Like, if you can do that, then you can just make every single mission subsistence. There's just that there's no in-game reason to do that. And as for the total stealth stuff, once again, if you just play the missions completely stealthily, there's no reason to have a total stealth like modifier. The only modifier that actually changes anything substantial is the extreme one with the just as health bars, but it's always not enough. And also just kind of makes me wonder, you know, why doesn't this game have like difficulty settings, or at the very least allow you to play extreme variants of every single mission? And to be fair, if the game actually allowed you to play extreme variants of every single mission, like the length for like 100% playthroughs would skyrocket, like to an insane degree. Like the game would become a massive grind by that point, because it's like, oh, you play the game normally, like that's like what, 30-50 hours. Now do every single mission extreme, like, oh my goodness. And also, I don't even know if every mission is even balanced to be able to do a subsistence version. Like, I could not imagine a subsistence like version of the back up back down mission like that. That would just be impossible. Especially like trying to do S rank all objectives and that would just be impossible. So yeah, I've completed all my objectives. I got extracted 2 prisoners, and I'm just going to run away. Though to be fair, I don't think I run away in the best possible manner. I think there might have been a quicker way to exit this level, but you know what? I'm going to exit it soon enough, pretty much. But yeah, like, I mean, most of these modifiers, it may be possible to just do them on the normal missions, and you'll have a fun time there. But yeah, like, it may have not been the best idea to apply them to every mission, but you know, it would have been nice. Or maybe like a difficulty select screen at the beginning of this game. And to be fair, the way this game has like adaptive. But the way this game has adaptive difficulty, depending on, like, you know, if you decide to send, like, your outer ops dudes to, like, destroy the dudes with helmets, or, like, with riot shields, like, maybe, like, difficulty select really wouldn't work. Because each player kind of chooses their own difficulty based on, like, how they assign their outer ops. So it's, like, it would be very challenging to, like, balance. But, you know, like, once again, I don't know, kind of like how Ground Zeroes, like, every mission has, like, a hard mode type, like, setting. Maybe every mission in this game could have an extreme mode. And, yeah, it would skyrocket the 100% playthroughs, but you know, well, whatever, I guess. I don't know. I feel like if this game actually did that, more people would complain about it, but you know.
Exfiltrated.
All right, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete. Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only.
So here we go. We have our next mission, another repeat mission. It's the extreme variant, and honestly, the only thing that really changes is that some of the enemies have better gear, and like the final boss fight of this like section has a bit more health, though it doesn't really change much of anything, especially since I also have like increased quantities of sleep grenades in order to deal with that final boss. And I'm still going to follow the same strategy of calling a supply marker before heading to that area. Now, I might be getting a bit ahead of myself, so let me get to the primary objectives and the secondary objectives. So your primary objective is to identify the escort unit, an armored vehicle, identify the transport truck, extract that said transport truck, and your secondary objectives are to eliminate the skulls, extract the transport truck driver, pinpoint the escort unit's like estimated route from an intel file, Listen to all the conversations between transport truck driver and outpost soldiers, and extract 3 zero-risk security soldiers. So I believe we're going to start this mission out by pretty much getting that intel file. It's going to be in that camp, kind of like, it's honestly very conveniently put over there in that like yellow marker. So we're just going to follow that, and there we go. We have our gray fox suit back because this, like, since we have to listen to conversations in this mission, we don't have any need for the stun arm or really trying to get involved with any enemies. Though to be fair, in this very like beginning section, I'm going to eliminate this entire like small outpost just because I can. But yeah, like I don't need like any arm weapons for this mission because frankly, after this point, I'm going to play kind of a ghosting method just so I can actually listen to conversations. And yeah, listening to the conversations is one of the most tedious things in this game because, well, I mean, the conversations last a while, and also you have to like kind of perfect stealth things so that they don't break. I don't think tedious is like one way to describe the conversation like missions, but another way to describe them is that they're buggy. They have a tendency to break, and sometimes like the objective won't mark even if you do listen to all the conversations, or sometimes like they'll mark way too early. It's just like it's a mess. So like yeah. Like they're not really that well handled in like this game. Though I mean I don't know how I'm stumbling over my words. I'm going but yeah, I don't really know how I would handle it better, but just not like this. And to be fair, if you want to listen to conversations, I guess that's always going to take a while, especially if you want to have substantial like, you know, foreshadowing conversations and all that. I mean, Splinter Cell had a lot of moments you had to listen to conversations, and those always took a long ass while. Though those were always like implemented better. Like you could actually like listen to them and it wouldn't break. I mean, as long as you were being sneaky and all that. While here, since the more open-ended nature of this game, since it's not as linear as Splinter Cell, you know, like it has a tendency to break more easily. Yeah, and to be fair, like the conversation objectives are never like a main objective. They're always an extra objective because they're not really that well implemented to be a main objective. So it's like, yeah. But yeah, no stun arm, no rocket arm, no arm whatsoever because I'm not going to be using it. And here is that really cool animation, but now I'm doing it as PS1 Gray Fox. And I did unlock the Raiden suit at one point, but I don't think I ever really used it. Just because by the time I unlocked it, I was already kind of done with all the missions. So yeah, here we go. Once you get the intel file, we're going to go to Nova Bra Airport, and we're going to mark that location because we're going to get on a bit of a mountain so we can actually identify the transport truck, identify the vehicle, and also identify the dude driving it. And then from there, we're also going to be in position to listen to the first conversation we have to listen to. And also, this is a mission which is going to require a lot of running around or driving around. So hey, why not become Gray Fox, which can run faster? So like, I mean, playing as Gray Fox here has all the benefits, none of the disadvantages, because I'm never going to need the stun arm, so, you know, I can get rid of it. And I'm going to need to run faster, so this dude's lightning run is going to be absolutely perfect for this mission, and I won't have to use D-Horse. I won't have to use a clunky-ass vehicle. Like, I won't have to use D-Horse. I won't have to use a clunky-ass vehicle. So I can like, the positive of, like, not using D-Horse is that I can use D-Dog, and D-Dog can mark enemies, and I like that a lot. The positive of not using a vehicle is that I don't like using vehicles in this game. That's one other objective, is to eliminate 3 of those guys over there, those like zero like risk security guys. So yeah, running to like the airport, they're gonna be on the road at one point, so just mark them for later because we're gonna get them all at the end of this mission, and they have a tendency to be kind of far away from like your final like mission area. So, you know, just mark them and then we can like get them later because like we'll see like a group of soldiers around a vehicle and that'll be them. You just like go get those guys. Yeah. But yeah, like honestly, a lot of the objectives are going to be completed like at the very end of this mission. Like, yeah, we're going to go to a certain place and listen to conversations, and then once we listen to the final conversation, it's going to be a boss fight. Then it's going to be, you know, then like once that boss fight is done, we'll pretty much extract every single person we need to extract, and then we'll complete the mission that way. So yeah, now since I've pretty much gone through this entire game, I actually have access to all the cassette tapes this time, not just like the first half of them. So I'm just going to go over some highlights I came across while listening to like pretty much all the cassette tapes, or all the important ones. Like I've listened to like, I say 70% of all the cassette tapes, 80? Yeah. So the Clone Research 1 cassette tape, it kind of starts, like it has like this section where it's like, oh, don't record this. But like, I have a tape of it. How is it not recorded? I don't know, I just thought that was really funny. But beyond that, I don't have anything that substantial to say about that tape in particular. Now, one tape which has a little bit more going on is the body found in the AI pod tape, because like it has Huey crying in that same exact way which like Hal cried in Metal Gear Solid 2, that really weird cry. It's like I'm bad at imitating it, but yeah, I think I actually might have imitated it kind of well in my first video. It was like, Huey cries in the exact same way. And like, I don't know, I forgot the name of the actor, but like the actor for Otacon and Huey do it really fantastic. Like, I don't know, Huey's like performance in this game is really fantastic, but I don't know, I guess some awkward tendencies from like his earlier performances kind of show up, like the like it shows up in that tape, and I just thought that was like really funny. So here I'm listening to conversations, so I guess I better stop talking. Oh yeah, I also go to this area to listen to that said conversation.
Dat die bose gees en zombie jou siel sal beslis. Kyk, hoe die seil lig nie. Goed. So jy's op pad met 'n rivier.
Ja. Doen my 'n guns en kontak die buitepos daar.
Ek maak so.
Lig steen my daar, kerels.
So yeah, once like they get to that point, they're pretty much done with their conversation at this area. Now, I think I marked it on the map, or we're going to go to like the second area where they're going to talk, and then they're going to talk for a third time at like the final area, and then yada yada yada. But okay, so another thing about like these conversation, like listening to conversations objective, is that if you have to listen to multiple conversations, it always drags the missions out because they are so slow in getting to like their places where they're going to have the next conversation. And I'm sure that's like to balance out the objective, so like it's not impossibly fast, but now it's like annoyingly slow. So I'm just going to get to this place before they get to that place, and then I'm going to, well, yeah, I'm going to get to this place before they get to that place, and I'm just going to wait. I'm just going to wait for them. It's like, why are you doing this to me? Like, why do I have to wait so long for you? And also, a lot of this mission is just running around empty terrain before they get to that place, and just kind of like, So yeah, I'm going to talk about more tapes. So the captured SAHELANTHROPUS tape, I think is a really good character moment for Venom Snake, because I don't know, he doesn't really get that many moments to shine, but in that tape, I don't know, just like his philosophy with keeping the robot, I think is like a really noble cause, and just kind of separates him from Big Boss. You know, like he doesn't want to keep it as a weapon, but more as like a symbol of like what he and his group has done, because you know they're like low mercenaries, you know, kind of dogs of war. But if they can like do this, if they can like, it's kind of a symbol to show that if they can like, you know, stop this from happening, you know, like kind of save the world in a sense, then maybe they do have purpose in some sense. So you know, that's cool. That's cool. You know, like it's like an immediate like opposite like thing from what Big Boss did with Zeke and Peace Walker. So it's like, you know, good character moment, and also it's one of the only times he talks. So it's like, you know, nice. I like that. I like that. Made me smile. So this is pretty much like the part where we're gonna have to wait for the other dudes to show up, and so I'm gonna try to make it a little interesting, like the waiting time. Instead of just laying here, I'm going to play some music from my cassette tape. And what music specifically? A game I wanted to play, but a game I wanted to know damage, but never really got around to it. Deus Ex. Yeah, Deus Ex. Go to it. Play some Deus Ex music. Yeah. they take so long that I can just play that entire OST while waiting. Like, you literally like 3 to 4 minutes just for them to get here. It's like real life, man. Like, this sucks. So yeah, now we can listen into their conversation using this like microphone scope. And yeah, I did spend like nearly 3 to 4 minutes not talking, just letting the music play out. And the thing is, they're going to talk again, so I'm just going to stay silent when they start talking again. So it's just like, I subjected you to like quite a huge chunk of silence while I just kind of had a little glamour pose for PS1, like Gray Fox with a dynamic camera. Yeah, they're talking right now. Yeah. You know, there's really no reason for me not to talk during these conversations because I already showed these conversations in my previous video. So, like, I really could just talk over them. The two first, sometimes I use it as an excuse just so I can kind of, you know, save my conversation for when they're not talking. Just kind of, it's kind of a breather for me to kind of making these videos easier. But, you know, I mean, there's kind of the excuse of, oh, maybe I should let the audience, like, you know, like listen to these conversations, even in the commentary version. But now, like, you already listened to this conversation. In like my first video, no, in my second video. This is actually the first mission of my second video. So it's like, yeah. So yeah, I already marked like the location I'm going to go to. It's kind of like that little peak there, like kind of like the end of like the snake trail over there. And now I'm going to call my supply marker because I'm going to have 8 sleep grenades this time because I upgraded my sleep grenades enough to the point where I would have 8. However, even with 8 sleep grenades, it is possible that I might not have enough to take out every single skull. So I'm instead going to call a supply marker ahead of time so I can have 16. Because when you're in the middle of the battle, I believe you won't be able to call supply markers. Like the mist kind of blocks it out, though I'm not 100% sure on that. But I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. So yeah. So while we're running there, I guess I might as well keep talking about tapes, I guess. So what covers the skull tape explains why me shooting an armored one with a water gun stunned them for a bit. Just kind of because they really need the water to like create the mist and whatnot, and also some other powers. So whenever like they get drenched in the water, like in rain, whenever like Quiet is like, whenever we fight Quiet and then like it starts raining, she starts dancing around like wee, because the parasites really love the water, so it kind of controls the host in that sense. That's a really cool mechanic, how the parasites kind of have a will of their own. I mean, that's just true of real life. Like, parasites always kind of have a will of their own. But yeah, like the way they kind of incorporate that into this game, I think is neat. But yeah, like me shooting a water gun at the skulls during some of the boss fights and they just kind of pause a bit, that explains why they do that. Or maybe, I don't even know if like that happens during my attempts, but I think maybe in my previous video it happened, but I don't think it happens in this video. Like, I bring the water gun as a precaution just because, like, I don't know, a pistol's not going to do anything to like the armored like boss fight. So I might as well just bring a joke weapon, but the joke weapon actually has some utilities to kind of stun them for a little bit, or kind of like bait them out into doing a melee attack, which you can just QT out of like the way. But yeah, also Code Talker is a much more interesting character in like tapes. Like, I don't know, main story wise, he's honestly a little more of a tool. Like, oh, here's this wise old man who just has the perfect solution for like, you know, your issue in the story. But there's so much history and like just like, you know, great like character building to him in the tapes and just like in the lore. But in the actual main story, he's really whatever. And honestly, that's probably true of Peace Walker as well, because like, I don't know, that kind of has the same issue with its cast, because some characters get sidelined super hard in the main story. But I never did fully listen to those Peace Walker tapes. Maybe I should do that. But, you know, I already made my Peace Walker video, so you can go watch that, where I will never talk about the cassette tapes. But yeah, I don't know, like, I'm sure some characters got more time to shine in those said cassette tapes. And also, while I was listening to the cassette tapes, I came across the word Englishization. Like, I don't know how to pronounce it. Like, Englishization is like a word. Is that like a real word? Because it appears in like the ethnic cleansing parasite project tape. And they also mentioned 1984 in this tape. So yeah, like that word, the Englishization of that word is a real word apparently. Or maybe it's not, I don't know. Kojima has a tendency to make up random words like revengeance. I don't think that's a word, man. Like, what is that? Like revengeance? Like, what's going on with that? Like, English, I don't know. I have a feeling that Englishization is not like a fake word. I'm sure it's a real word. It's just really weird. It sounds weird to me. But yeah, it is in that tape, the Ethnic Cleansing Parasite Project tape. So listen to that tape and you will hear that word spoken out loud. Though I forget if it's Code Talker saying that word. It probably is Code Talker saying that word. Yeah, so yeah, we've listened to all the conversations here. So yeah, like, I don't know, you just kind of get by this area, you listen to the conversation, then you crawl towards the truck, and it'll activate this sick cutscene, which I did not include before, but I decided to include now just because it's pretty short. This will not be a staple of like the other missions because like the other missions have longer cutscenes. But yeah, here it's kind of like, ooh, look at this guy. Like, oh, spooky zoom in. Wow. And then we're gonna cut to gameplay immediately. Like, oh, they can get armor, but sometimes they don't have armor. It's like, whoa, whoa. So yeah, here I'm going to, like, if you're 25 meters, if you're like farther away than 25 meters, you can kind of crouch walk and they won't see you. So just keep that in mind. I don't know, I did not know that, but I did learn that. So here I'm going to throw a bunch of grenades to kind of like guide the skulls to a very specific location, so I can just start throwing sleep grenades at them, and you know, it'll hopefully hit everyone. Though I do kind of fail at this because one of the skulls starts splintering off away from the group, so I kind of have to deal with him, like, you know, like kind of like on his own instead of like with his friends. So yeah. But that's pretty much like the entire strategy here, and also. So I was able to get the parasite suit and also like the armor for the parasite suit and the camouflage for the parasite suit. However, using like the camouflage stuff with the parasite suit will restrict your rank, so I will never use it. But the armor stuff doesn't, which is really useful because you're gonna see what I mean in like a future mission. I will be abusing the fact that the armor suit is so useful. But one thing which I did not unlock is the mist suit, or like the mist ability with the parasite suit, and it's because like you need to extract like that type of like a skull unit. You need to extract that type of skull unit in order to get their abilities. But the mist unit I think only shows up in like the very first mission of the game, like not the very first mission, but like the Phantom Limbs mission and the Where Do the Bees Sleep mission. But then after that, I don't think the mist unit shows up because I believe that this unit is the armor unit because, well, they armored themselves. But the units of the other games, of the other missions, like the previous missions, are the mist unit. But in those missions, I'm never in a situation where I like extract them, where I can like extract them safely. So it's just kind of like, oh. So I never extracted a mist like unit member, and I never got the ability to develop like the mist ability, which, you know, maybe would have been like a fun thing to experiment with, but I just never had it. Also, something you should keep in mind is that never throw a magazine on top of a skull, because then I think that'll just immediately alert them. Like just like throw them like kind of in front of them, but never allow the thing to land, like bop their head in a sense, because like if that happens, they go into full alert and like they know where you are, and I don't know how that works, but that's just how it works. So yeah, I ran out of sleep grenades, so now that supply marker I called in before is going to be real useful. I'm just going to crouch walk my way over there, get the extra grenades, and it's pretty much going to be pretty easy from here on out. But yeah. I don't really know what else there is to really talk about. I'm kind of getting tired by the 1 hour point. I don't know. But that might just be due to the fact that I just got vaccinated like a few days ago. Though, I don't know, Metal Gear Solid tends to be pretty anti-vax, because, I don't know, all of Solid Snake's issues are caused by the fact that he got vaccinated with the Fox 9 virus. So it's like, oh no. I mean, as long as I don't turn old in like 20 years, I think I'll be fine. But, you know, you never know. Yeah. Oh, so we still have like one more skull like on the left side, which just has like a little nipple of health. So yeah, one more sleep grenade should do it. And I guess since he's kind of far away, I'm gonna take the time to kind of extract one of these skulls. I don't know, I think while I was doing this mission, I assumed these are like mist skulls, but they're not mist skulls. They're actually armor skulls. So which I have already extracted before. And honestly, there's a mission which makes it way easier to extract armor skulls. Because I don't know, one thing about like those like armor and camouflage capsules which you can unlock, which you can use with the parasite suit, is that they're a limited quantity. So I think like once you use up all of them, then they're just gone, and you have to like go and fight like the armor skulls again in order to get more. So yeah, like, I don't know, extracting these guys can be annoying because you pretty much have to like take out 3 of them and then leave 1 of them alive, because if you take out all 4 of them, they just immediately disappear. I only had time to like take out 2 of them. So yeah, now that we're done with this boss fight, we're going to get this truck. And then we're going to get like the truck driver, I think. We're also going to get this tank, which is also unoccupied. And then once we get everyone like in this village, we're going to... There we go. That's where the XOF guys are. No, like the zero risk security guys. I actually forget if zero risk security is the same thing as XOF, or if XOF is a completely different thing, or if it's just under the same jurisdiction. But yeah, that's where they are. There's a vehicle there. There's like 4 sleepy guys over there, so we're just going to get them. It's kind of weird how you don't have to get 4 of them. You only have to get like 3 of them, but I'm just going to get all 4 of them because, you know, why not? one reason why you wouldn't want to do is you wouldn't want any like pointless like clutter in your mother base, but it's fairly easy to like manage that. You can just like fire them, so whatever, get everyone, just get everyone, and then now that I got everyone, I think I can just leave on that truck, like exit the hot zone there, and it's nice. But let's see if that's what I actually do. Am I gonna call a helicopter? Yeah, like the red zone's not too far away. Oh no, I'm just gonna run away since I'm like Gray Fox. I don't really need the car, though. I think the car might actually still be faster, though I'm not 100% sure on that. But yeah, the mission's over. I'll just have to walk empty terrain until I'm out of the hot zone.
Exfiltrated.
All right, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories about this one, boss.
Here, another original mission. Finally, wow. So the objectives for this mission are to, your primary objective is to secure the film canister, which actually can be spawned randomly, which like has a random like spawn in. So like it's not always going to be in the same place. It might be here, it might be there. It's kind of confusing. It's kind of weird. It's kind of annoying, but that's just how it is. Your secondary objectives are to capture a Spugmay Keep, which is also where the film canister is going to be. Like pretty much by capture Spugmay Keep, it's pretty much like knock out every single person in that area. So you have to secure the film canister before reinforcements arrive. You have to extract the prisoner being held at a Spugmay Keep like east guard post, which is kind of like a little far away from the actual place you're going to be hanging out in. And you have to extract a Griffin vulture near the Spugmay Keep, which is pretty much at Spugmay Keep. But yeah, this is like a mission that's kind of very similar to like Footsteps of a Phantom, because it's a very simple mission. Like, it's like a single area, though like this mission's a little different in the sense that you also have to go to another area, which is kind of far away. But for the most part, it's just like at this area. And like here, this is like the tutorial mission of like the Phantom Limbs level. So it's kind of like the tutorial area of that like mission. So it's really neat to see it come back and like actually be like a dangerous place to like traverse. So yeah, here I'm gonna put some mines there because they're gonna be the reinforcements are going to come in on that road and also the road over there. So I'm going to put some mines there to stun them so that they don't enter this area where the film canister is. And I'm also going to use my stun arm to pretty much like knock out nearly everyone here, or I think maybe I will knock out everyone here. And then once I knock out everyone here, like I think the mines are going to stun the car coming in that way. And then like once I stun everyone here, I'll just go on the road over there to stun the guards coming in over there, because they come in at a later date than the guards are coming behind me. And here I'm trying to get into like the distance of like as many enemies as possible, but like it's not too hard as long as you have D-Dog. But yeah, like it's a lot to calculate, and then boom, took everyone out. And also, since while I'm taking everyone out, I might as well extract them because I do not want them waking up, because once they wake up, like knocking them out is kind of pointless. What's the point of capturing this place if I don't knock out every single enemy, which is also in this place? You feel me? Like, yeah. And then, I don't know at what point I'm going to put some mines on the road over there. I think maybe, yeah, now. So, I don't know, putting mines on roads can be a little bit weird, because sometimes like cars will swerve around the mines, sometimes they won't. I don't really know what dictates it, but I'm just going to put like 2 mines there, because I don't know, I only really need the mines for those vehicles, so might as well waste 2 on like each side, just in case like one of them doesn't hit the car, because sometimes cars can take weird paths where like they go like in between the road or on the left or right. It's just like, it's weird. So yeah, I just put 2 mines there. I believe I've already knocked out the 2 enemies over there. Very, very nice. D-Dog's already like jotted them down, and I believe that on, actually I don't know which side is like the next objective with the what was it called? What's it called? The prisoner. I don't know exactly which side I'm going to take. I think it might either be that side or the side over there. But yeah, I'm just taking care of the fact that I really need to like extract every single soldier here. And also the film canister is going to be in this area as well, and also the vulture. The vulture is going to be flying around at one point, but I don't know exactly. Like sometimes they'll be flying around, sometimes they'll be stationary. You never know. Yada yada yada. I don't really have that much to say about this mission. It's a pretty simple mission. Like getting a film canister is like a cool idea, but it's just kind of like there's not much to it. You just kind of go to a base, you take everyone out, you get the film canister, you leave. Like, I don't know, I mean, it's kind of like in the same vein as like that Phantoms, like Footsteps of a Phantom mission, where it's a more simple mission to just kind of go in, clear out the base, or maybe Ghost, who knows, and then like leave. But yeah.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
So yeah, I think I've been saying mostly positive things about the tapes, but one negative is that, okay, so the Parasites Gave Us Languages tape goes on forever. Like, it's just a whole bunch of info, and it's just like, at that point, I'm like, I'm tired. I don't really care. I don't know, like, the top, like, oh my goodness, I'm turning into pig over here. Mabel the mini pig, but yeah. As I was saying, I don't know, like the tapes are the most interesting when they're like elaborating on something like actually interesting, or when there's like character moments in between. Like, I don't know, conversations between two people are always like the best type of tapes, like in the Phantom Pain. Especially since a lot of these characters don't get that much time to shine in the main story, so now here is like their actual time to shine. They're having like conversations, like struggles, like, I don't know, like a little bit of conflict in between their views, and like that shows up a little later in some other tapes. But yeah, in this, the Parasites Gave Us Language tapes, like, I don't find the concept that interesting. I like the topic that interesting, and it's a pretty one-sided like conversation. It's just info dumping, so it's just like I mean, info dumping in tapes isn't the worst thing, but this one feels like the most egregious one. And just like, honestly, like the tapes in the tape section Code Talker and his research for, like most of those tapes kind of fall under that same vein. So it's just kind of like, I'm not gonna listen to them because I'm just frankly bored of it. I will say that one time in one of the tapes, I don't know which tape specifically, Code Talker goes, hehehe. I don't know which tape he does it in, but he does do it in one of the tapes. So, you know, be on the lookout for that if you're listening to the tapes in Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. So yeah, once again, I will be using the stun arm again just to kind of clear everyone out at this little outpost with the prisoner. So yeah, I don't know if I collected the film canister yet because I'm not really paying attention too much to this video. I was just kind of talking about topics and all that, but yeah, just get close enough to take everyone out, and then we're going to unleash the stun arm. Yes. I will say crawling will make you completely silent. So yeah, crouch walking is like kind of loud and enemies will hear you, but at the very least, when you're, you know, doing the whole like crawling thing, enemies will not hear you. You can get right up to like very close to them and they won't hear you. So that's like something to rely on, and something which I have not been doing at all throughout my previous videos. Really, I was only really crawling to avoid visibility, not really for sound, but now it's for sound and also visibility. So yeah. So now I think I'm gonna head back to that big old base, get the vulture, get the film canister, and then leave after that. I will say, listening to tapes is kind of annoying if you're trying to like do something else which isn't only listening to tapes. Like if you're trying to listen to tapes at Mother Base, like random Diamond Dog soldiers in Mother Base like will say something when you bump into them, and if you're listening to a tape, like the tapes have like subtitles, right? But if you bump into a soldier, like whatever like meaningless nonsense that soldier says, like that will be subtitled, and it will be subtitled over the subtitles of the tape. So, you know, sometimes you'll miss like what's being said in the tapes because they got rid of the subtitles for the tapes just to give subtitles to whatever random thing, like, you know, your soldier is saying, like, "Oh, boss, please train with me." Like there'll be subtitles for that, but not subtitles for like this important like info in the tapes. Like, are you kidding me? Like, it's more important that the soldier says his piece in the subtitles than the tape. Like, are you kidding me? Like, this is stupid. That is insane. If I'm listening to a tape, I'm dedicated to the tape. Don't put subtitles for anything else except the tape. This is not the only time this happens in the game. In fact, it's not even the most egregious one. So yeah. So yeah, here the vulture is thankfully just chilling over there, so I can just. Oh, that's not the vulture. The vulture thankfully the vulture is just chilling up there. Oh no, it's not. The vulture is actually flying around, but if I use an automatic weapon, it becomes a little easier to like spray fire and get him at one point. And now it's gonna. This is the funny part. Like the vulture falls in a really weird location, and for some reason, D-Dog is not marking the vulture. So it's like, what is going on here? But the vulture is like just chilling over somewhere. Like, yeah, right there. Look, that's such a weird location. And why did D-Dog not mark the vulture? Are you kidding me? It's an animal. It's right there. It's right in front of you, D-Dog. Are you kidding me? Yeah, you found it right now. Are you kidding me, dude? You were right there. You were right there. Come on, man.
You've completed your objective. Now get
I sure did. I sure did complete my objective. And now I'm going to exit the hot zone by running in a certain direction for a very long time. Though I do think I'm going to use the car for this one, just kind of to save some time. And yeah, that's about it. There really isn't that much more to say about this mission. We're pretty much done.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Exfiltrated.
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss. Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories about this one, boss.
Now here is mission 39, main ops 39. Now the primary objective for this one is to extract the captive engineer. Now some secondary objectives are to Fulton extract that said engineer through a hole in the basement ceiling, extract the prisoner plotting to escape from Waxing Barracks, extract the 4WD vehicle patrolling between outposts, and secure the blueprint at Waxing Barracks. Now this is the mission which you cannot use a wormhole Fulton, because you have to extract like the engineer through the hole in the basement ceiling, but if you use the wormhole, he's always going to go through a wormhole no matter where you position him, which means you cannot do that objective. You need the normal Fulton recovery system, not the wormhole. So yeah, this mission, it's another repeat mission, and this time the way it's modified is that it's total stealth, which once again I already talked about how it doesn't really change much of anything, but yeah, we're going to start off this mission by spawning in at this point in the map, and we're going to throw a decoy there because that's where the vehicle is going to show up. Like, I mean, this is already going to jot out. It's already going to finish one of the objectives I was going for. Yeah, there we go. There's our vehicle. And I forget if there's 1 or 2 people in there, but if there's only 1, I think I can just run up to the guy and punch him. Yeah, just as so. And I am actually doing rocket punches now. Though, to be fair, I mean, I'm only saying that because I never really did any rocket punches in my first video, but in my second video, I did spend quite a good chunk of time doing rocket punches. There we go, 1 decoy, distracted the guy enough that I could just get the vehicle, and now there we go, that's 1 objective done. Very, very nice. Yeah, also watch out for the mines there, but yeah, I guess I'm just going to continue talking about other stuff related to the Phantom Pain, like the Paz sub-story. Well, I mean, I'm saying sub-story because I know about Yakuza, but I'm not really sure if I would call it a sub-story in this game. It's more like a little side story of sorts. You know, like whatever, but it's optional, and I don't know, I think it's a really neat thing. Like, it's probably some of the most interesting like character stuff for Venom, just kind of the way he like remembers Paz, and also the way like it ends. I'll talk about the ending later, but right now I just want to bring up how like every time you visit Paz in like the end game section of her story, she's just like, would you just let me rest? Like, I don't know, it's kind of like she keeps repeating it over and over that it kind of sounds like, yo, let me die, dog, like I'm not alive. Like the way she keeps repeating it over and over. Now this thing right here, I'm not sure if this is actually an objective, but it is very useful to get because it just kind of puts a nice little marker on where the engineer is. And to be fair, I already know where the engineer is, but you know, why not have a helpful little marker to also point where he is, you know? Even if I already know, might as well have it. No harm done. And also that animation is so cool, why not do it again, you know? Like, yeah. So now back to more tapes. Skullface's voice acting in like the secret recordings of Skullface and Code Talker 2 is fantastic. It's probably like his like standout moment in like the whole game, frankly. Like the whole tape in specifics is like really, really good. Like it's like this whole torture scene of the game. I don't know, Metal Gear has some torture scenes here and there. Metal Gear Solid 3 had a pretty like memorable one, but here is like this one's up like really, really good. Like you have Code Talker. Oh, to be fair, Skullface just has a thing for torture scenes. I mean, there's a lot of tapes where he's torturing Paz, Chico, blah, 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 and now he's doing Code Talker. And, like, the little gimmick he comes up with, like, the bell and, like, the soldier outside the door is, like, really smart and inspired. Like, what? It's, like, so insane when you, like, at the very end, he was, like, tricking him the whole time. And also, Code Talker actually gets some cool scenes here when he starts, like, choking out Skullface. Like, no, you must. I don't know how to do a Code Talker impression. I'm not old. But it's just like, it's a really cool scene. And it's like all just in voice and tapes. Like just that nice back and forth between Skullface and Code Talker. Like that's what I like about the tapes. Just like more moments like that, which weren't really in the cutscene. So it's like, yo, nice. Nice. So yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite tapes in the game. And now I have just completed the prisoner objective. I just kind of climbed up to the top here and then pretty much walked across, and there that was the prisoner that like was trying to escape. And now up there in those little houses, that's where the blueprint objective is going to be. Now which house is specific? Honestly, I kind of forget. I'm pretty sure it's like either the one on the right or the one on the left, all the way like across the map over there. It's going to be one of those. I'm pretty sure it's one of those, yeah. So yeah, I kind of wish there was like more stuff like the pause side story, you know, like, you know, make some of like the tape events, you know, like the really cool tape events, like the events which you can only hear in the tapes. And here, I think I shut that down in order to like draw out the soldiers out of their like hiding hole. Though to be fair, the one guy who's protecting the blueprints never leaves his place, which is like kind of sad, because that was kind of what I wanted to do. I kind of wanted him to leave, but he never did. So instead, I'm just going to ambush him while he's inside here. But thankfully, I guess maybe the other enemies are distracted enough by the fact that I shut down their whole electricity and whatnot. But yeah, I kind of wish there was more stuff like the pause side story. Like, you know, take some stuff in the tapes and like, oh, and I just broke the window there. That was pretty brutal. You know, take some of the stuff in the tapes and just flesh it out more. Like, you know, put some of those tape events into like Mother Base. Like, I know some of the stuff you hear in the tapes, you know, making an event on Mother Base with some cutscenes or whatnot. Hell, put some of the events out this like this in the open world. You know, that would make the game a lot more interesting, or at least like the open world setting a lot more interesting. But that would also be very expensive and time consuming. And this game already took 5 years to come out in the state that it's in. So like, I don't know, it would probably delay the game a lot longer if they went ahead and just made more new stuff. But I don't know, I would like it though. So yeah, you should sacrifice your project's like availability just so you can insert these things, please. Yes, I am so smart. But yeah, right now I'm just using D-Dog to knock out the soldiers around me, because I think some of them are wearing armor, some of them aren't. And it should be noted that if D-Dog takes too much fire, he can actually die. It's happened to me while during some side ops, and also when I was just replaying this game just to beat it. Also, I will say, so for my chapter 1 like no damage, I really didn't need to like replay the game because I already beat all the chapter 1 missions I talked about in those videos. But for chapter 2, like this, Donald, in the time that it has taken for this video to come out, I had to pretty much like beat chapter 2 like, you know, just normally again. And then after I did that, I went back and redid all the missions in order to get S rank, all objectives, yada yada. Because, you know, first time you're going through a mission, you don't have access to all the objectives. Well, at least they don't tell you all the objectives. You can still do all the objectives, but, you know, like, why do that? I might as well just beat the entire game again, you know, kind of get a feel for it, you know, watch the cutscenes, yada yada, you know. So I was doing that. So I mean, that's part of the reason why it took longer, and also because I was on vacation. I was busy, you know, doing stuff and not exactly playing games. So I had less time to play video games because I was actually just jumping off like cliffs and stuff. So there we go. We rescued the scientist. We rescued him through the hole, and I don't know if there's any other objectives. I don't think there are. So right now, I think I'm just going to leave by extracting a container and just hanging on to that. That's honestly one of the coolest ways to leave, because, you know, a helicopter is one thing, but it takes a while to arrive. Exiting the hot zone is cool, but then like the next thing you know, you're in the open world. You're not at your base or like in the helicopter, so you can't just immediately choose another mission. So it's like, aw. But if you exfiltrate like a container, a materials container, boom, it's quick, it's fast, it's immediate, and you're back at your little helicopter place choosing the next mission. Like, it's such a smooth way to exit a level. I always love it. I always love when I can do it. And honestly, there was a time when I didn't know I could do it, so I'm just very glad that I can. And now here, I think I'm going to shut down all the power just to distract everyone while I leave over here. Very, very nice, very smooth. And oh yeah, the outfit I'm wearing right now is pretty much, can only be unlocked after you beat mission 46, because it's the outfit that Big Boss wears while riding that motorcycle. And I decided to, you know, bring it out a bit. I mean, since I'm going to be using different outfits, you know, might as well bring out this outfit in particular. Very nice. I mean, it's cool. You know, it's a nice leather jacket, some pants, like, you know, maybe some casual Friday, let's call it that. And yeah, right there's our material containers. That's how we're gonna leave. And yeah, this mission's pretty much already done. So yeah, I'll talk more when the next mission begins.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development project has been added.
Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories about this one, boss.
Here is our rematch against Quiet. Now, the objectives, I believe, are the same. She just has more health now. So yeah, eliminate Quiet, determine what to do with Quiet, and the secondary objectives are neutralize Quiet without using lethal weapons and neutralize Quiet without using firearm attacks. So yeah, there we go. I'm going to start off by marking Quiet, and then I'm going to attract their attention once, shoot, and then we're going to start running through this path here. And Extreme also makes her more alert, so she starts like having that little indicator that she's about to shoot you in places which she didn't before. Like, this would never appear if I was running through here, but right now it is. Though my path still mostly works, though I do have to modify it somewhat because, well, now I have to kind of go on the side here and climb up this thing. And now I start running through here. And also I can't really use the supply drop at the beginning of the fight because for some reason she just always like goes away before the supply drop like drops on her. So the first attack I'm going to land on her is going to be a stun arm attack. Also, when it says neutralize her without using a firearm attack, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't use firearms, to my knowledge. I think it's just more that the final attack you land on Quiet, which knocks her out, cannot be a firearm attack. But I think you can still do a firearm attack throughout the fight, just not the final blow, you know, the final neutralizing blow. And now here I'm going to follow her so I can punch her in the face really hard. And this is kind of like my strategy for the entire fight. It's either like stun arm or punching her in the face super hard. It's like, I don't know, like supply drops are kind of a rare thing. No, that's not how to describe it. Supply drops aren't really the best way to handle this. It's just too random if she avoids them or not. However, well, you'll see what I mean at the end of the fight. So yeah, now, I mean, like, if this was the first time I was fighting Quiet, she would just be dead right now. But no, we're still doing this fight. Like, we're still engaging with her, like, you know, her battle. Like, it's not over yet. I like this. I don't know, I mean, like, boss fights having too much health can be an issue, but, like, this feels just right. This doesn't feel like that really easy fight we had with her in the beginning. Like, this feels more like the challenge I would expect from a Metal Gear Solid title. Like, now this fight kind of ascends a little more to some of the stuff in, like, you know, like The End or Crying Wolf. Now, is it better than those fights? I don't know. Maybe there's an argument to be made that it's better than Crying Wolf because you don't have to deal with all, like, the extra enemies around Crying Wolf. But I don't know. I still think this fight's probably like worse just because maybe it's a little too straightforward, but like it's more in line with what I wanted from my first encounter with Quiet. Because I don't know, I mean, that first encounter, it's a little too easy. So yeah, here I tried to like get close to her, but she has a tendency of just dipping every time I get close to her. And here I'm going to get really lucky and punch her. Punching her is really risky because she can also like just ready her sniper rifle and shoot you like really fast sometimes. I don't know, it's kind of weird, but thankfully I'm getting really lucky with these punches. And like, even though she has more health, it's not exactly that much health. Like, it seems like a pretty reasonable amount of health to have. And also, this mission I think is actually impossible to not no damage, because in order to beat it, you have to no damage it because she does a one-hit kill. And since I already no damage like her first attempt, now here it's kind of a nice extension of that. Though I don't have the best strategy on how to deal with Quiet. I just kind of stun arm, then punch her. And that's pretty much how I've just been doing this whole thing. Like, maybe get close enough to her that she starts running away, and then like follow her, and then she's gonna stop at one point, and then I'm going to punch her really hard. As long as she doesn't jump away to a higher vantage point, it should be fine. And you know, I mean, I said don't use supply markers, but at one point you should use supply markers. And also here, I don't really know how to spot her. I just kind of rely on D-Dog until like the way I see it is, I wait until I'm either getting shot at or until D-Dog spots her, and that's how I spot Quiet. But it's a pretty big map, so you kind of have to run around, you know, see here, there. And this map's pretty cool. It's got a lot going on. I don't think it's as cool as the Crying Wolf like map, because, you know, Crying Wolf map had like really huge towers, which, to be fair, I never used them. But, you know, they were there. They were cool. Crying Wolf was more like a really, really stealthy fight. While here, you got a little bit more room to kind of run around and go mucking crazy, just sprinting everywhere. While you really can't do that in the Crying Wolf fight. And the end fight is a very like solitary fight, you know, 1v1. While here, it's kind of 1v1 the same, but it's a very simple fight. And it's also a little bit harder to get behind Quiet because she just has a super hearing. Yeah, so there she is. I think I'm going to try to do the stun arm or maybe something else. I don't know. Or maybe I'm going to try to do a supply marker, maybe. Oh, no, I think what I'm going to try to do is... Actually, I have zero idea what I'm going to try to do. I think like I'm gonna try to punch. Oh yeah, I'm trying to do the stun arm. Oh yeah, I think I'm gonna try to do the stun arm, and then I'm going to like run after her and try to punch her, but I missed the punch, and then from there it gets a little weird. Like yeah, like the punch isn't always gonna work. Sometimes like you won't have enough time to like punch her, or she'll either shoot you or like jump away. Yeah, there we go. Like I should have waited a bit for her to like run because, or just for her to get ready, because I ran too fast and she decided to just do that. And now like the final attack I need to land has to be like a non-firearm attack. And for some reason, I mean, like the stun arm apparently isn't a firearm attack, but if you do it, it will count as one. I have zero clue. It's glitchy. There go. There's no. That's not her. That's not her either. I don't. Oh, there we go. I saw a little blinking light over there. Ooh, I think I'm gonna wait for her to shoot, and then I'm gonna mark her. There we go. Now I'm going to use. So like, I wasn't planning on knocking her out with a supply marker. I was more planning on using the supply marker to make her move locations, and then while she was moving, I would run after her and punch her. But thankfully, I somehow made it a supply marker actually hit her head. I think it's because I distracted her a bit by like popping my head out so that she can shoot it. Like I think I'm gonna do it like right about now. No, I certainly do it. Come on, pop out a bit. Yeah, there we go. Like I think I distracted her a little bit, so like the supply marker actually hits her head, and then boom, the target has been eliminated. All objectives have been completed, and it's like nice. Also, she's been wearing the sniper wolf outfit this entire time, and I've complained a lot about Quiet's like clothing, like in these videos, but I'm just kind of thinking like, I've been thinking about Nier Automata, because again, usually when people complain about Quiet, they also bring up that like Nier Automata has a pretty goofy outfit for the female lead as well, but that the difference between this game and that game is that Nier Automata is way more tongue-in-cheek about it. How like, oh yeah, she wears that because I like her when she wears that. It's like, okay. While Kojima has all these justifications, like, oh, she breathed through her skin. Oh, you will feel ashamed about her outfit. You know, like all these justifications for what is a pretty dumb outfit. While a dude like Yoko Taro is just like, yeah, I like the outfit. Though to be fair, I don't know if that's 100% fair. I mean, like, I feel it goes beyond that because like Yoko Taro also has a lot of excuses for like his outfits. It's just that they're really hidden in the lore. Like, has these really like absurdist like kind of constructs of like uniform and whatnot to like justify why they're wearing that type of uniform. Though to be fair, I don't know that much about Nier Automata lore at the moment because it's been very, very long time since I've played Nier Automata or the first Nier. I quite like both of those games. I've also played Drakengard 1, which I really like that game. It's just that the gameplay is horrible, but the story is really fantastic and interesting. So yeah, those are just like the Yoko Taro games I've played. Drakengard 1, Nier, and Nier Automata. So yeah, and I'll get around to those games on this channel at one point, but that day is not today. But yeah, like Kojima, like I mean, he's still kind of tongue-in-cheek. It's kind of like, oh, she's sexy girl. Ooh. And it's not like Quiet's outfit is that much worse than something like Sniper Wolf's outfit, but it's like, I don't know, it's a little bit more obnoxious in this game, I'd say. I don't have anything that deep to say about it. Boobies.
Warning!
So now here is mission 41. Here are the primary objectives. Eliminate the gunship, eliminate 2 tanks, eliminate 2 armored vehicles. Now the secondary objectives are to extract the 2 tanks and the 2 armored vehicles, extract the armored commanders, the armored columns commander, secure the rough diamond hidden by the commander, and secure the blueprint carried by the gunship. So yeah. So we're going to start off this mission by dropping in at a somewhat particular point, running to a certain point in the map, and then putting a couple mines down to... Actually, I'm going to do something a little bit like unique. Yeah, like I'm going to go to this point. Actually, I don't know if I'm going to put a mine there. I think I'm actually going to... No, I am putting a mine there. We're going to need D-Horse at the beginning of this objective because there is a lot of like galloping we have to do across this entire field to reach all the tanks in time in order to like extract all of them. So yeah, we're going to... There we go, there's our boy D-Horse right here. And we're going to go to our right here, to the place where I marked, because like at that little like stretch of land, that's where we're going to put the mine. We're going to mine this tank, and then actually there's 2 tanks. So I'm going to mine one of the tanks, and then the other tank's going to be distracted by the fact that I mined one of the other tanks. However, we're also going to have to throw a smoke grenade like in front of like the first tank, because if you don't, then that tank's going to scan around and see you. It's really weird. I mean, you're going to have to see it to believe it. And then after that, we're going to gallop and get the third tank by just kind of running to the side of it with D-Horse kind of galloping next to it. And then the fourth tank I get by going to a very specific location, putting D-Horse in front of that said tank, and then like extracting the tank right then and there. And then from there, I'm going to head over to the war economy place. I'm kind of going to approach, like I'm going to enter, I'm going to throw a couple smoke grenades there, and then once I do that, I'm going to extract this tank right here, which is kind of paused because that tank's being electrocuted. And since I threw a couple smoke grenades, I guess that's the reason this tank is not moving. And there we go. Those are 2 tanks already extracted. Very nice, very nice. But yeah, as I was saying, I would approach the airport place kind of like by the back of it, so I can enter like the main building from the back. And then when I'm entering the main building from the back, I'm going to reach a very particular point, like on the first floor of like the main building. I'm going to use the stun arm to just like stun everyone, and I'm going to extract everyone. I'm going to pretty much wait for a helicopter to show up. And once the helicopter shows up, I'm going to wait for the commander to pop out of that helicopter. Then once the commander pops out of that helicopter, I am going to, well, I'm going to interrogate him to find out where the diamond is. And then I'm going to extract the commander. And then once I do that, I'm going to put some C4 in the helicopter, which for some reason doesn't leave immediately after the commander drops off. And then I'm going to blow up that helicopter to get a blueprint. And yeah, like the only times you've ever had to like blow up a helicopter to get a blueprint have been for like the war economy mission and this mission, and they both take place at the airport, so it's a kind of a funny little coincidence. Yeah, so here we're going, this tank is always going to stop at this outpost, so if we just run behind it until it reaches that outpost, then we can just extract it like that. And then for this one, we have to get to a certain point before the tank gets to that certain point, and I have to put D-Horse in front of the tank so it's distracted long enough for me to extract that said tank. But yeah. And then once I get the blueprint, once I get the diamond, and once I extract the commander, I'm pretty much free to leave the level, and that's how I'm going to beat this level. I've pretty much said like everything I'm going to do in this mission straight from the get-go, except for the fact that once I reach the war economy place, well, the airport, I'm going to actually summon D-Dog and get rid of D-Horse just so I can start marking enemies all around me. So yeah, here, I think it'd be very nice to stop right here. However, positioning D-Horse is a little complicated, but there we go. And also D-Horse has like the sick like little camo there. I don't know if you can call it camo, but like the sick skin, which is copying like the same thing the Man on Fire's horse had. And that's another thing. Vulcan never really like rode a horse, but in this game he does. I don't know, just kind of a weird little thing. He has his own specialized horse, even though he never really cared much for horses and snake eaters, so it's kind of like, what? So yeah, here we go. So the place I just marked, I don't think is actually the place I'm going to enter through, but I will have to go to that airport, and I will have to like kind of infiltrate it from the back. But before we get there, I'm just going to ride D-Horse and just kind of ride to the empty, rainy terrain. Yeah. However, when it's raining, my skin looks awesome. The kind of nice silver, like reflective silver paint skin, naked skin, yeah. I don't know, like these new missions, like they have some pretty fun objectives, but they feel pretty pointless. And I don't know if Chapter 2 is supposed to be an epilogue of sorts, I can kind of understand. Like, oh, here's just some more stuff to do. And I guess in terms of like giving me more stuff to do, it's doing a better job than what Chapter 5 did of Peace Walker. Because in Peace Walker, you just kind of went through like the same areas again, but this time you had to search for the doorknob. Well, here we actually have like some new objectives, some new type of levels, and well, to be fair, that's only really if you count Chapter 2 as an epilogue. It kind of feels a little bit too much like a continuation of the game, but you know, in the sense, oh yeah, I might have reloaded. I may or may not have reloaded a checkpoint here. I guess I'll see at the scoring screen, because I do remember like one of my attempts of this mission having to reload a checkpoint. So maybe I did or didn't here. I don't know, but yeah, because I don't know. It feels like a lot is still happening in Chapter 2. It's just that, you know, it's a lot more segmented, and I'll get to that segmented later soon enough, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, does Chapter 1 have a somewhat, like, complete story? Yeah, but I don't think Phantom Pain ever treats it like that is the ending. Like, you know, once Chapter 2 comes around and they start showing all these new scenes, I mean, there's obviously expectations for something, like, more, right? And especially if you didn't think chapter 1 was all that like impressive, or at least entertaining. And it's like, ooh, chapter 2 is when things are really gonna start rolling, but it really isn't. So yeah. So now I have summoned D-Dog, and I'm just running across this map. Frankly, I think I spent too much time running across this map. I should have had a more like planned out approach from the beginning, or maybe I might just be trying to get into the same way I got in last time, even though that's not exactly what I'm supposed to do, but I guess it'll work well enough. I guess I can. Yeah, this is like how I entered the war economy mission in my second video, except now I believe there's a sniper here, so I don't know, I'm kind of worried about him because snipers have a tendency to like kind of catch you from way afar, so why not take him out right now? Yeah. And it didn't work because he has a jacket. I guess I kept shooting his jacket or something. I don't know. Oh, no. Okay, now it worked. And for some reason, there's no camera in the place that there was a camera last time. And I guess while I'm running over to the building, I might as well take my chance to just start neutralizing the rest of my enemies here at this base. Or at least as many as possible, just to kind of make exploding that helicopter a little easier to deal with. And oh, maybe I used the stun arm like right here. I don't use it at the exact same place, which that one YouTuber used it at, Mike. I think I actually just entered the building and use it here, or maybe I use it from like the top of the building just to get everyone, like the sniper and all that. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of ways to approach like the stun arm, just since everyone's so close by inside the building that I can just really be anywhere near it and I can knock out almost everyone. So, and also with the rain, I have no idea if the rain amplifies the stun arm, but you know, I was the lightning in the rain. Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors. I'm not playing Metal Gear Rising. I already made a video on Metal Gear Rising if you want to see it, but this is not Metal Gear Rising. I don't even use a ride and suit in this game. What am I doing? So yeah, stun armed, everyone's kind of stunned, and now I'm just going to like Fulton and extract everyone just so that this field can be as empty as possible for when the helicopter shows up. And I'm assuming the helicopter is one of those things you have to destroy, though I don't know. I mean, I already extracted like 4 vehicles, armored vehicles and tanks and all that, so it's like I think we're done here, but to be fair, you do need to destroy the helicopter for the blueprints. It's kind of weird though, like I kind of wish there was another way to get those blueprints which isn't destroying the helicopter, maybe like entering the helicopter, taking out everyone in the helicopter, but the helicopters are kind of like these weird entities which you can't really enter like the enemy helicopters because you know it's such a tight space, so I guess they didn't want to bother with it. But you know, it's just really weird that the only way to do it is to destroy them, and destroying them doesn't count as a kill all the time. So it's like, oh, but sometimes they do. I guess it kind of depends on the way you use your weapons or whatnot. I don't know, it's kind of the same thing when like you shoot an exploding barrel right next to an enemy and the enemy dies. The exploding barrel doesn't count as like an actual kill. It's just you shot an exploding barrel and the enemy was right next to it. You didn't kill that enemy, so it doesn't count as a kill. So you could get away with a lot of really like funny stuff in Metal Gear Solid 3. 2? Could you get away with stuff in 2? I don't know if I saw so many exploding barrels in 2, but you could get away with funny stuff in 2. No, you could get away with funny stuff in like 3 and 4. And Peace Walker? Oh yeah, Peace Walker. Yeah, you could get away with funny stuff in Peace Walker. So yeah. Also, I mean, I've already made a video on those games, so you can watch my videos on where I no damage those games. Yeah. So here I'm just kind of waiting for the helicopter, though I think at one point it's going to like slightly notice me, and that may or may not drag things out. I don't know. This helicopter is really weird with the way it behaves. I don't know. And also it's taking a while to get here. It's like doing little circles around the place. There we go. It noticed me right now, and I don't know why. I mean, to be fair, I was doing like dolphin dives all over the place, but you don't gotta notice me for that. And also, I just went inside a building. You can't see me anymore. What are you still suspicious of? Stop looking at me. Bro, what? Stop! You can't even see me. Like, what is this? Like, I'm not that reflective, man. You can't see me. Like, and like I walk outside here, and like it still sees me. Like this whole building's blocking me. Now I run right here, and now it doesn't notice me. Like, what is that logic? Is it just because I'm like in the area where it's like the helicopter's suspicious of? Is that just it? Like, what is going on? And now here it's just going to go back and forth. It's gonna slowly get down here, but not really get down here. And it's just kind of like, oh, bro, what are you doing? Hurry up. It's also a little weird that it sets foot like at the ground here. I don't know. Isn't that a little unsafe? I don't know. Wait, let me look how big the area is. I guess I'm not gonna look at it because I'm looking at like where the helicopter is, but I don't know. It feels like a weird place to land a helicopter. but I guess it's not impossible. I mean, I don't know, the Secret Service tends to land helicopters on grass, so why not land them, you know, on this terrain, whatnot. Also, I'm very unsure on how the helicopter can spot you besides being up in the air, because once it does like this, okay, I think now it's finally setting foot somewhere, and only one person comes out of the helicopter, and then once that one person comes out of the helicopter is just going to stay there for a very long time. Like, he's gonna, like, yeah, look at that, he just materialized out of nowhere. Nice. And now we got the commander. We're gonna have to interrogate the commander. Though before we interrogate the commander, we're actually going to blow up the helicopters. I was kind of worried that the helicopter was going to like fly away at one point, but and here I'm having a lot of trouble trying to pick this guy up, but it's okay because there we go. Now blow up the helicopter. Boom. And now here for some reason I decided to run straight to the explosion, but then I had the common sense to go away from it. And now here, gonna get my nice blueprint, and now I'm going to go interrogate this guy to get the diamond, which is like pretty much our final objective. Give him a nice kick, and we don't have to grab him to interrogate him. We're going to interrogate him from this position. And pretty much the way to figure out where the diamond is, you have to interrogate him a lot of times. He's not going to tell you immediately. You have to keep talking into him. Keep talking to him, and there we go. There you have the location, and now we can just put this guy out to fly, and now just watch out for any enemies which are still around. Not the decoys, though. The decoys are our friends. Now, I believe that this enemy I just found may be the armored one, or may not be. I don't know. I forget. And look at this guy. No, that guy may. It's possible that guy was not armored. And now here I'm just missing my shots. I don't think I hit him. Oh, I did hit him. Never mind. It was just kind of weird. I thought I hit like the chains or whatnot, but I did not. Very nice. Oh, I think that guy is the armored one. Maybe. I don't know. Armored enemies tend to be pretty annoying, like the riot suit ones. I always try to get those guys off the field, but they always keep coming back one way or another. It's crazy. Just that whole procedural system. No, that's not a procedural system. I don't even know what that means. But just that thing with the outer ops, where it's just like you send soldiers to do stuff, and you know, sometimes it'll take too long to take out the riot suit guys, or sometimes the riot suit guys will just pop up on the radar again. It's just that was such a smooth jump by D-Dog. That was insane. There we go. There's our diamond. So we just have to run over there, and there's still like a 1 or 2 enemies over there, so it's gonna be a little bit spooky. Here I think I was unsure if that was a diamond or not, but like it is. It even tells you it's a rough diamond. It just doesn't have a diamond symbol on it, but it is a diamond, the little check mark thing. And hey, it's a check mark, you know, it's gonna check off one of your objectives, you know, you gotta trust it. But the way I'm gonna get there is gonna be a little bit risky because there's a guy right there. Like, oh my. Oh, also, I really love how you can dolphin dive upstairs. I don't know if I've ever mentioned it before, but I really like that. Like, it's, I don't know. And here I'm gonna try to snipe this guy. Oh, I don't think this guy has armor. There we go. This is convenient. There we go. Take one shot. Sleepy, then do a nice roll. But yeah, every time you dolphin dive up like these kind of stairs, you just immediately go up the stairs. I mean, I'm not sure if speedrunners do it, but it seems that the type of thing speedrunners would do, unless running upstairs is just as fast as doing that little dolphin dive. But I don't think it is. Like, no, I think the dolphin dive is faster. Like, that's a little too slow. And there we go. There's our diamond. There's our objective. And now I'm going to leave the level, and that's going to be it. S rank, all objectives. Very, very nice.
Exfiltrated.
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development project has been added.
Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories about this one, boss.
So our primary objectives for this repeat mission is to eliminate the skulls, extract Code Talker, and the secondary objectives are to complete the mission without being grabbed by a puppet soldier and to extract the skulls. So yeah, the extreme variant of this mission pretty much gives these guys more health, which pretty much forces you to have a more advanced D-Walker to deal with them. And like, I mean, I do appreciate these extreme modifiers somewhat, however, a lot of the time they could end up just being get better equipment and you'll pretty much have kind of the same experience you had before. Like here, the experience is a little different because they do have a lot more health, but just kind of get D-Walker with like more chain gun ammo, and it kind of just goes the same. However, to make this a little different, I decided to have, you know, a golden D-Walker this time, and also silver skin, and also put the music on. Yeah, get some Metal Gear Rising vibes up in here. Like, I mean, I've talked positively about the soundtrack, but I don't know. I'm trying to make this a little more climactic, a little bit more edgy. So here we are. So yeah, kind of run around with like in the beginning of this fight, I don't think anyone's really going to try to do any melee attacks, but as the fight goes along, they're going to go for more melee attacks and all that. And however, like at the beginning of this fight, there's going to be a couple like these guys who are kind of charging up their big rocks. So I'm going to shoot at like the first two guys who are just teleporting around. But once I'm done kind of shooting them for a bit, I kind of run around the building so that the big rocks don't hit me. Because also on extreme mode, their attacks are faster. So you can't just run away from the rocks. You actually kind of have to like block them with cover. And now here's the moment where like they can show up and like blindside you with melee attacks. But here I'm just getting really lucky that none of them have kind of teleported behind me to do so. So yeah, just always be on the lookout if any of them are like doing any melee attacks. But you know, like just kind of run around with D-Walker. Like the way you avoid their melee attacks is just to run away from them quite a bit. But for the most part, it seems like they're just pretty content with just either throwing big rocks at me or with doing this big smoking thing. Like I really want them to do this big smoking thing, because as long as they're doing the smoking thing, I can just keep shooting at them and they're not really gonna react to me. And I believe in this current moment, I took out one of the skulls already, and the two skulls in front of me are just doing the smoking thing, and then like the skull over there is just throwing a big rock at me. Now I have to be really worried about melee attacks. That's why I'm kind of like running around trying to like scope out the situation. Like there we go, look at that guy. He just came out of nowhere. And here, like this guy just got his armor back while I was, you know, walking around waiting for someone to melee attack me. And like, look at it, he's just disappearing. He's running around like, oh my goodness. And like the music just makes it a lot more exciting for me. Just trying to time everything to music. And look at that, like the timing with that when he's lifting the rock and it goes to like more of a chorus thing. Like, yo, that's going there. That doesn't count as damage because on the menu screen it's going to say I never got hit. So even though I'm bleeding blood out my ass, like it's just a bleeding anus. It doesn't actually mean I'm taking damage or whatnot. There we go, second skull taken down, and here I'm trying to scope out the situation. And that guy would pull out a gun. Now, for the most part, any melee attacks, well, done by normal zombie enemies, isn't going to really count as damage. However, if a skull lands a melee attack on you while you're on D-Walker, it's going to knock you off D-Walker, and it's also going to count as damage. And also, anytime like this unit like shoots a gun at you, it actually like counts as damage for some reason, because some of the bullets won't hit D-Walker, they'll hit you. So you have to be really careful there. And also, like I wanted to use this song because like in Metal Gear Rising, the vocal part doesn't really get that much time to shine. While here, I'm just letting the vocal part pretty much play out for the entire duration. Also, that really scary sound where it goes, that sound, that's not really, I thought that was like a warning sign that the skulls were about to do something, but no, that's just my chain gun about to burn out. So I learned now that sound means a chain gun is about to burn out. Not that like the skulls were going to throw a big rock at me. So yeah. Wow. So yeah, what's gonna happen from here on out is I'm going to like destroy one of these skulls, and then once I defeat like 3 of them, I have to extract 3 of them. Because if I destroy all 4 of them without extracting like the others, like Fulton extracting the others, it means that they're all going to disappear too fast before I can get all of them. So here go, boom, get off, I'm going to extract this guy, and then like in order to make sure that this guy never gets the upper hand on me, every time like I'm about to extract one of the dudes, I wait for him to pull out a melee weapon, and then I do a like counterattack, and then when I do a counterattack, I go to like Fulton another guy, and then once I Fulton one of the guys, I run back to this skull to make sure he pulls out a melee weapon, and then I counter his melee attack. Because the thing I'm most worried about right now is the gun. I never wanted to pull out the gun. In fact, if he ever pulls out a gun, I'm going to shoot him with a water pistol. Because if I shoot him with a water pistol, it kind of stuns him for a bit, and it baits him into doing a melee attack. So I just keep doing that, and so make sure he doesn't pull out the gun, and also to make sure he doesn't like teleport behind me, like and pull out the gun while I'm Fultoning one of his friends. I just run up to him and force him into a melee attack, somewhat manipulate him. And now here I have only this guy to deal with. So like he pulls out a machine gun, but nothing much happening there. I'm just kind of baiting him out a bit, and also, okay, to be fair, this is a very stressful moment of the fight because the only way I really got the upper hand on him is that he decided at the very last moment to do a rock attack. Because then, boom, there we go, very nice, the fight's over, and now I'm going to play Deus Ex music as kind of to cool things down from that very intense encounter.
Another chopper. Get Code Talker to the LZ and wait there.
Mission info has been updated.
Arriving shortly at LZ. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. This is Pequod. Have arrived at LZ. We'll stand by. He's coming too. Roger that. Get in, boss.
Helicopter has arrived. Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Mission complete. Great work.
Here we have the Shining Lights Even in Death mission, and this mission doesn't have any secondary objectives, well, besides not taking damage, which I will be doing that. But yeah, your primary objectives are to identify the person who sent the transmission and to eliminate the infected. It's going to be a little bit more grueling than that. Also, I will say this mission, I believe, holds the this mission holds the longest chopper ride out of every single mission. You can't skip this. Like, I mean, this whole mission is kind of a bit of an interactive film in a lot of ways, but like, man, this is really overboard. Like, this is practically a cutscene at this point. Like, look at this.
During the last epidemic, the parasites lodge in the victim's throat, forming a mating pair. But the Volvagia turns the male to female. Two females can neither copulate nor lay eggs. That's why the rescue team went in with more Wolbachia. But the outbreak still isn't under control. They should not be capable of laying eggs. Yet, we have a new outbreak. And the Wolbachia have no effect. I pray this is not some new strain. If it is, then someone may have brought it here. If there's a spy running around. For now, we must focus on discerning the outbreak mechanism. The cases show another alarming new development. It is now even more difficult to tell who is infected. The eggs propagate out of sight. No external symptoms. One who appears healthy may be dying on the inside. What the hell happened in there? Boss, I still can't raise the rescue team I sent in. We know how to proceed if we just knew how to ID the symptoms. Finding that out is part of your job in there.
We're finally done with that helicopter ride. I mean, yeah, it's story, and honestly, I really liked the song that was playing. It was pretty subtle, but I quite liked the little song. It added some sadness to the whole event. And yeah, we can't come in with our own equipment, because, like, what are you going to do? Bring a bazooka? Bring a flamethrower? That's a little bit overkill for what is supposed to be a pretty emotional mission. Oh yeah, but I will say, the cutscene that activates this mission, there's like this goofy-ass zoom-in on, like, Venom Snake when you finally get the cutscene which activates this mission. It's like, it zooms in on his face like, boom, to be continued. But like, I can understand why they did that for some of the other missions in this game, but it does not fit this mission at all, especially since it's trying to be more serious. So to be fair, it is the only moment that feels out of place. The rest of this is some pretty, like, dark, grueling stuff though. But yeah, pretty much it's pretty interactive. Honestly, kind of a bit of a walking hallway, but I do appreciate that they made this part playable, because it adds more impact to it. It really wouldn't be as impactful if this was just a cutscene, like forcing the player through this area. Like, even if it is not that interactable overall, I mean, it still, like, adds to the tone. In fact, I mean, I've heard this interesting interpretation. This is kind of like the moment where Venom becomes a demon, where, because, like, in the beginning of the game, you know, you have Big Boss, like, murdering a bunch of people, like, willing to murder a bunch of people in a hospital just to make it out alive, while Venom here, he pretty much has to murder everyone to save the world. To be fair, I mean, those are two very different things. Like, Big Boss, like, slaughtered an entire, like, innocent, like, group of, like, civilians just to, like, for his own gain, while Venom here is doing it for an altruistic reason, but he's still like slaughtering these men in like pretty cold blood, all things considered. But I mean, if he doesn't, then the whole world is at risk of the virus. So it's just like, oh, it's a very dark situation. But it's kind of like it's very similar to what happens in the beginning of the game, but now like you're the one holding the gun, like you're committing all this. So it's kind of like maybe this is the part where men become demons. Ooh, but it's not really that. I mean, Venom isn't really a demon because of this, because well, it's a no-win situation. What's happening right now? Also, I will say that I don't know, this mission, like I like it, but it kind of misses the mark with me. I don't know. It does a lot of things really well, and I really like the atmosphere and tone of it, but it's the episodic structure that kind of just kills it for me. Like, this really is just another moment in Chapter 2. Like, I'm doing some random mission, which doesn't really mean anything, and then boom, have this emotional bombshell. It's just like, what? Like, I don't know, I feel like this would have hit a lot harder if it was, like, building up from the previous events of the story, but it just happens. And it's just like, oh. And it just happens because Huey wanted to do something, and because he was betraying the Mother Base team, like, behind the scenes. So, to be fair, the stuff with Huey is really interesting, but a lot of it is also in tapes, so it's like, oh. I don't know, I feel like this mission was, like, really missing that interconnected vibe of, like, the previous, like, games. I don't know, if it was, like, actually part of, like, the bigger main story instead of just being kind of a standalone, like, horrific event, like, I really feel I would have been a lot more on board with this. So here I'm going to be very cruel because, well, I mean, I really want to give these guys a very, like, painless death. However, there's going to be certain points. To be fair, there's only, like, one point that I'm worried about. There's, like, this one guy who, when he realizes that you're about to shoot him, he'll actually start firing back at you and dealing damage. So it's like, oh, here we've applied the green filter, which I think fits this really horrific setting. Like, I hate Kiwami 2 green filter, and now it's back in, like, the most horrific part of the game. It really establishes the psychological horror, I think. But yeah, so here I'm just trying to, like, I'm not really sure who's going to fight back, so I'm like kind of not taking any chances. I'm like, and I don't think I killed that guy yet. Did I? A guy on the left? Okay, I probably did. And also I'm using the machine gun just to make sure that, like, it kills him immediately, because I know with the pistol I don't have the best aim. I mean, I'm playing with a controller. Controllers aren't really meant to, like, aim well. And yeah, it's a pretty straightforward mission. You just pretty much kill anyone who's alive, and like, that's pretty horrific, especially since these guys, especially like the way they start exploring like the breakdown of like trauma, and there's a word for this, but it gets more depressing like the longer you go down this hallway. And also every time you hear like staff member has died, it's like, wow, oh no. Like, yeah. I don't know, I will say this mission is definitely a great character moment for Venom. Like, I don't know, kind of a great little emotional, somewhat of an emotional climax for Venom's character, kind of like the low point for him. But also, like, it defines him as well. Like, the way he approaches it, the way he, like, talks about the event, the way how he doesn't shy away from what he's done. Like, I mean, when, like, Huey, like, calls him out at the very end, you know, he says, yeah, I killed this man. Like, he's right. He's not trying to hide anything. He's not trying to say, oh, I had to do it, though. Like, he's not a coward. He knows exactly what he did, and he feels the whole weight of the situation on his shoulders. Big Boss would have been more like, ugh, it had to be done. Well, like Venom here, he is way more broken about the whole event. Like, I think it's like that in that moment, like this moment kind of hits hard just because of that. But I don't know, I mean, this is all supposed to be like an emotional climax of the game, not just an emotional moment for Venom, so it's just kind of like, I don't know, a moment like this kind of feels like we're just getting started on something, and it just kind of comes and goes. Like, all things considered, it's standalone for better or worse. And now I'm going to talk about some tapes which are related to this event. Okay, so who voices the urges caused by the vocal cord parasites tape? Because they did a fantastic job. Just like the way they convey just the fear of learning like what's actually happening with the parasites. Like, I don't know, whoever voiced that tape, like, I don't know, tell me who voiced that tape. I'm sure it's like a popular voice actor, which I know, but like they did a great job. It's just kind of weird because the character who's talking in that tape is a random nobody. But like, really great job with the voice acting. Amazing. Also, I mean, when it comes to the tapes and just this game's story overall, I really like all the trivia with all the ways the parasites can like affect animals and like the fucked up ways it applies to like the shining lights, even in Death Mission. How like I don't know, like parasites which like affect snails, like the way snails can be controlled to like look more like worms in order to like be more in the sunlight, and so that like a bird actually like eats the worm, so that the parasite can like infect the bird as well. Like, I mean, one of these soldiers says he's no damn snail because he now realizes that the parasite is trying to control him like a snail. And now, like, I forget what music is playing here, but I believe it's like something pretty... It's like a Metal Gear type theme. So it's like for this music to play and for these guys to be saluting you, it's like you're gonna be gunning all of them down. Like when you point the gun at them, like they start getting a lot more shaken. It's like, oh no, nah, this is too much. And like, oh, I did not give that guy a peaceful death. Man, come on. It's like, oh my god.
Hang on, boss. Is he wearing a mask? He might not be.
And now here we go. Like here's like the game's like trying to pull like on like your heartstrings. You could think, oh, there's one guy alive, but then at the very end, it's he really isn't alive, and it's like, oh.
Carry the rescue team member to the exit. He's the only one not infected.
Like I don't know, I kind of want to keep talking about like more stuff related to this mission, but I don't know. I mean, like the topic I wanted to bring up isn't really related to this mission. I think I'll bring it up afterwards. I don't think one thing which also kind of kills this event that it's, I don't know, like all these guys are just your nameless soldiers. I don't know, like you have dudes like the reckless like Panther, like you're pretty much like slaughtering those guys. And I don't know if I'm really like, I don't know if it really hits as hard as like any like one defining character moment for me. I don't know. But yeah, like I mean the harsh greens I think also really fits this setting. Just makes things a lot more gruesome. It's like, oh. And yeah, I don't really have anything else to say about this mission. I mean, it's as self-explanatory as it comes. I mean, there's like one part where the soldier's gonna be like, so you are gonna kill us. Like that guy's gonna shoot at you. So be sure to like take him out before like he, well, gets a hit on you. And there I think I already killed him, but I didn't think I killed him, and I felt really bad about it because like that was not a peaceful death. What was that? Come on, man, come on. So yeah, I'm actually gonna let the final cutscene of this like mission play out, just because I think it's a really defining moment for the game. Even if it doesn't fully work for me in the context of everything, I think it really is a great cutscene though. So I'm just gonna let it play out.
There's nothing we could have done for them. We're all grateful, boss.
It's your fault! They're dead because of you!
What? He's right. I killed him with my own hands.
They were on your side! I'm on your side! And you turned them all to ashes!
They wanted you to shoot. It was that or be burned alive. Come on. Let's get this over with.
Wait.
I won't scatter your sorrow to the heartless sea. I will always be with you. Plant your roots in me. You're all diamonds.
We're not burying them at sea. What then?
We'll make diamonds from their ashes. Take them into battle with us.
A shining light to our brothers in arms, even in death.
We are diamond dogs.
Now here is Main Ops 44, which is just a repeat of the Pitch Dark mission. However, one key difference about this mission is that you can actually choose the time of day you enter. So I'm actually going to enter at nighttime, which makes things easier. So the primary objectives for this mission are to shut down the oil transfer pump, destroy the oily water separator tank, and the secondary objectives are to extract the 4 child soldiers being trained at Massa Village, exfiltrate the hot zone before Menfida oil field is sealed off, extract the lapid-faced vulture from the burned down village, and extract 4 walker gears sealing off Mifinda oil field. I'm pronouncing it wrong so many times, but entering at night is going to make like rescuing these children a lot easier, because I don't know, during daytime they'll be up and about being trained by the commander or whatnot, but at night they're all sleeping in this one little house, which I can just approach and then use the stun arm to stun everyone, instead of having to snipe the kids from afar and hope that they don't run away too fast that I can't snipe them. Also, I will say that this area is still pretty impressive at night. I mean, yeah, the best time to enter this area would be like around day, so that the sunlight like gleams in through like all the trees and foliage, but all the trees and foliage I think still stand out pretty well at like nighttime. Though I will say I do have the brightness of my game turned up all the way, and also I don't know, this is just me, but I think the helicopter ride is longer on this replay of the mission than it was in the original mission. But yeah, look at this, like the water, all the trees, like it's a very nice place to be, and also all the shadows and all that. It's very cool stuff, even without like the beams of sunlight and all. Still very cool stuff. Also, I'm entering with the Big Boss uniform just because, I don't know, I mean, I was just feeling it, and also I need my stun arm, so I can't enter with like the Grey Fox uniform or whatever, though even though the Grey Fox uniform would be really helpful because I'm going to be doing a lot of running around in this area, and it would be nice to be able to run around faster, but I need my stun arm. Also, I can't, also if you're going to be Raiden, you also can't use your stun arm as Raiden, so, you know, rip to that. So yeah, the same strategy as the previous mission so far, just like snipe these 2 guys over here and like extract them, though thankfully this time I don't have to carry this guy off of his little like just, what do you call this place, this little like tower he's on, I don't know. You can just, and there we go, boom, dolphin dive out of there, extract them very nice. Yeah, there, that's all the kids, they're just sleeping there, and then there's just a bunch of guards around there, and they're all so close by that I can just and they all go away. It's amazing. So yeah, I'm just very glad that I can get these children like a lot quicker than in the Pitch Black like beginning mission, because I don't know if that Pitch Black mission will always like send you out during the daytime, or if it will send you out during your ASAP time. I have not experimented enough with that. So yeah, like beyond that, once I'm done getting the children here, I'm just going to leave. I'm going to go to a certain outpost which I have to clear out in order to make sure that the walker gears are easier to get at the end of the mission, and then I'm going to go to a village to get an eagle, and then like there's gonna be the big base, which is like where the oil stuff is, and I'll do stuff there, and that's pretty much this mission. I mean, you've already seen it before, and I'm not really gonna change much of anything. It's pretty much gonna be the exact same like plan except for the big base. I take a bit of a different approach with the big base, but like on the big oil field over there, I do something different, and I'll explain what I'm doing there. But for now, I think I'll just talk about a bunch of unrelated stuff. So like, surely this game took a ton, and I mean like a ton of research to write the story about it. Like, I don't know, all the Metal Gear Solid games are like this to an extent, but like, I don't know, have to like be like this to an extent. But is it Kojima doing all the research? Like, I don't mean, who helps him? I don't know. And where does it even start with researching facts about like the war economy, child soldiers, parasites, the 80s like war setting? Like, I do not have a clue. And how does he fit all these like historical like facts or like just setting details into a story where we have to fight a giant robot? Like, I don't know. I mean, is there like a position, a type of staff position for someone who does research for like Kojima? Because I know there's people who like whose job it is to like have like historically like accurate like dresses and costumes. Well, not exactly costumes, but like clothing of that time. There's a job for that on film, but for gaming, I mean, is it Kojima learning about all these things by himself, or does he have someone on hand to help him out with some of the historical details? I mean, I'm assuming he's the one who writes the stories. I mean, he has a lot of other writers to help him out with certain like missions and all that, but it's kind of like his. I'm assuming like the big script was him. I don't know, previous Metal Gear Solid games, he had like one or two other guys also helping out. I mean, some people also like to claim that Kojima's writing was only good when certain people were helping him out. Like, oh, Kojima's like only good stories Metal Gear Solid 2 because this guy was helping him out. Yada 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 yada. I don't know. I mean, is there some truth to that? I don't think so. I mean, like, I'm sure there's some truth to that. Some of the good things about Metal Gear Solid 2 may be due to that extra writer, but I don't know. But yeah, it's just something which I was wondering about. Also, like a topic about the side ops. So, like, a lot of the beginning side ops are just kind of a lot of dicking around in some location or outpost. Like, hey, go rescue this dude, or go rescue this prisoner. You just go to a place you've already visited with a less inspired scenario, and it's like, aw. But like some of the later side ops, I noticed tend to like involve a little bit more design to them. Like, extract the highly skilled soldier 13. Like, that said soldier is positioned in such a way where there's like snipers like protecting him from all sides. So like, I actually have to like think a bit on how to approach the situation. Like, yeah, it is a very small scale situation, but still, like, it was kind of neat that this level of challenge was being presented to me in like a more smaller scale section. But like, yeah, that's kind of like the point of side ops, at least like a good, like what side ops should be. So yeah, here I'm going to take out this whole place just with a stun gun, but you know, besides that, like, yeah, I mean, the side ops are kind of supposed to be more small scale objectives, but I kind of wish they had the kind of design which is present in like highly skilled soldier 13 like more of the time, because most of the time it kind of feels more like an afterthought. And to be fair, I haven't exactly done all the side ops, and I don't really feel like doing all of them immediately, though. I don't know, going through this entire game for like these videos, I am kind of inspired to like 100% this game just because I'm already at like 80%, so you know, we might as well do that rest of the 20, which pretty much just involve completing some objectives I didn't do in the main missions, doing all the side ops, and then collecting all the animals. And all the animals is going to be horrible, though. To be fair, I don't plan on doing 100% of this game anytime soon quickly, just because, I don't know, I'll explain that later at the end of this video. But yeah, I don't know, just chapter 2 is really just kind of like, yeah, do random missions which have nothing to do with the story, and then out of the blue an event will happen. Like, I really do not care about much of this stuff, but like I mentioned before, the Huey stuff I think was built up pretty well. Just like the way he's like really suspicious, the way he talks, and like the way kind of like culminates into like his final like scene where he gets kicked out of Mother Base. And but like, I have been neglecting the tapes as I got them, so like, you get tapes up the ass during chapter 2. So like, maybe if I like listened to every single tape the second I got it, they were maybe like building up like some narrative or foreshadowing something, and I've just been ignoring it. That's just kind of the thing with tapes. Like, you listen to them at your own pace. Like, I mean, is it really like the player's fault that they don't listen to every single tape, like, you know, at the second they get them? Like, do they really have to do that? I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like your own choice, but it's just kind of like, whose fault is it that the story isn't as like, I don't know, as well presented if like you choose to listen to the tapes at a later point? It's kind of like, oh, I don't know. Also, I really like how, I mean, Venom Snake is all like, you know, I won't scatter your sorrow to the heartless sea. But then, like, you know, when the Huey situation goes to like a full stop and you realize all the horrible things he's done, like, the first thing Venom wants to do to Huey is throw him out to the Heartless Sea. And I mean, they wanted to kill Huey, and Venom's like, nah, I don't want to kill him. But, you know, for Venom's standards, like, I mean, he's giving Huey, like, the hard, cold shoulder just by kicking him out to the sea. And, you know, also saying he is not one of us. And, like, that line has a lot more significance if you listen to, like, some of the tapes, like, beforehand. Because there's, like, this one point where Huey's all like, you know, you're all crazy. I'm not like you. And then, like, Khan's like, what? You're not one of us? What do you mean by that? Like, I mean, like, when Venom says it, like, it has a lot more impact if you heard that tape beforehand. Oh, yeah, that tape in particular. I don't know, I mean, I'm listening to, like, this outline. I'm like, jotting down points I have on this outline, so I don't know if I talk about the Huey tape later, but, yeah. Like, that one Huey tape where, like, they're all, like, where, like, all of Mother Base comes in to interrogate him, and, like, Huey just kind of goes off about how they're savages and all that. That tape is chilling. It's really chilling. It's a really well-done tape. I love that tape a lot. So yeah, here I got the bird, and thankfully it was easier than last time. And now here I'm going to approach the oil field, but also I realized that, well, I don't know, with my experience here, just kind of replaying the Phantom Pain, I've kind of realized that there's kind of a defense to make for everything. Like anything which is kind of like unanimously like hated might have a good defense for it. Even like the third Mummy movie could be like this, though anyone who defends the third Mummy movie, I am going to highly disagree with them because that movie is fucking horrible. Anyways, beyond that, here we're at the base, and I'm adopting a new strategy. Instead of going in through the front door or like eliminating the entire base, I'm instead just going to walk through that like dirty water here and start going through here because I'm actually much closer to like the big thing I have to destroy if I approach it from this area. And also I'll have to eliminate less enemies if I go through this area. I don't have to deal with the whole front door nonsense. So yeah, here just... And also, I'm actually going to be able to do this mission without calling in like a supply marker for a new suppressor. Because, well, for one, my sniper suppressor at this point is actually stronger than my suppressor that I used in the first time I approached this mission. Because now, I mean, the first time I did this mission, you know, like in my first video, I had like a low suppressor. Well, this one's a medium suppressor, so it lasts for far longer. And also just means I don't have to call a supply point. Yeah. Though I will say, I did say that like my newest like Phantom Pain videos aren't getting that many views. To be fair, I guess I'm kind of to blame for that because so far I've only really like fully seen my first Phantom Pain commentary video. Like usually I make these videos and then like I watch them just kind of, you know, because it's nice to like watch my videos after I'm done commentating on them and editing them. To just kind of see the nice smooth flow of everything. But I've only really done that for like my first Phantom Pain video, my first like, you know, 4 hours 36 video, and it's kind of weird because I was kind of watching it today and I just finished, like I was just watching this exact mission, so it's just like I don't know, it's just very weird that I was just watching that on my phone, just like, oh, I'm just doing the pitch black mission and now I'm commentating over the pitch black mission which I just saw in my first video. So it's like, oh. Though we'll say like the night setting definitely changes the vibe of this mission quite a bit. Honestly, I'm kind of like sad that like the first time I did this mission wasn't during night because I don't know. I mean, yeah, in the beginning of this mission, the daytime works the best, but once you reach this area, like nighttime's a lot cooler. So yeah, I guess. So yeah, I mean, my objective is to pretty much put some C4 on the big like red tubes. Kind of reminds me of Just Cause 2, to be honest. I don't know, Just Cause 2 is a game which I put some time into but never beat. I don't know, I should probably return to it someday. I also downloaded the multiplayer mod but never played it because my laptop couldn't run it, and also just was never really all that motivated to like play the multiplayer of Just Cause 2, but it was just a really cool idea, so that's why I downloaded the mod. Because like, yo, Just Cause 2, like that huge world with more people? Sounds awesome, I should get on that. I mean, I hope the servers are still alive for Just Cause 2. No, I haven't really played the first game or the third game or the fourth game, but I have played the second game. I don't know, I should get around to it, back to it at some point, but there's just like certain missions that got a little awkward to deal with, but the destruction was fun. But yeah, another topic. So like the Eli tapes about like the kids escaping have like this really interesting story behind them. I don't know, like they flesh out like this whole drama between like Miller and Ocelot. And if I listened to them as I immediately got the tapes, maybe there would have been a nice build-up, but no, I'm really just blasting through all of them all at once. And, you know, doing that, it's a nice little story. I just kind of wish that I knew that the story was actually happening before, you know, Eli just pissed off, because there was a little bit of drama going on, you know, like, but I can't really appreciate it in the moment. I just appreciate it in retrospect, so it's just kind of like, I guess that's what's so frustrating about the Phantom Pain to me. It's just like, I don't know, I'm just like, I'm reliving any good parts this game has in retrospect, never really like in the moment. It's like, aww. Here I'm gonna punch this guy super hard. I love doing that, love doing the big punch. But yeah, I like how Miller, like, he doesn't really want to go that hard on the kids because he knows like what they've been through, because like his father treated him pretty poorly when he was just like a child soldier or something. I don't know, something along those lines. And then Ocelot's like a little bit more like level-headed about everything. Though to be fair, Ocelot being a little more level-headed about everything's a little weird given how insane he is in other titles. But it's not that, I mean, to be fair, but Ocelot's not stupid. He is very smart, like overall in the Metal Gear Solid. I mean, he can't be tricking every single person around him if he wasn't smart. So like him like having a good idea of like how to torture the kids, like it makes sense. It's just that Ocelot just doesn't get that much to do. He does like some cool things sometimes, but he doesn't do much of anything else beyond that. Oh. Also, like listening to like the Man on Fire tapes. I don't know. Man on Fire is kind of like a more like logistical, scientific version of like the Lingering Will from Kingdom Hearts. Like instead of it just being like, to be fair, I don't know much about Kingdom Hearts lore, but like the Lingering Will is just like this being which is driven purely by like its desire to like continue on, kind of like a bit of anger, quite a lot of anger. While the Man on Fire, he's kind of the same. However, there's this whole aspect where he has to be controlled by Psycho Mantis, who reacts to anger, because that's how his psychic powers work. And it's just like all these like little explanations. Like I mean, I say like scientific, though they're still like pretty sci-fi magic. But, you know, at least scientific in the context of this world. Like, there's an explanation for, like, oh, yeah, so Psycho Mantis is really close to someone who's really mad. Even someone who's as mad as Vulcan will become superpowered or something like that. Also, Vulcan still being alive is, like, insane. Like, oh, yeah, he burned up, but, you know, he was still alive. Kind of like a little cripple, I guess. But it's just like, what the hell? I don't know. I mean, I can't get too mad at it because Man on Fire, I don't know. I mean, I kind of wish that Man on Fire was a cooler character than just, oh, yeah, here's Vulcan again. Like, I don't know, I mean, Vulcan, he had his time in Snake Eater. He did not need to come back. There could have been, like, a new, cooler character to justify the whole revenge angle. Like, oh, no, Vulcan's totally super cool in Phantom Pain because he's so bad. If it's the revenge. But, like, you could have done that with any new character, really. So it's like, come on, man. Also, part 3 of, like, the Informant's Report tapes make, like, no sense to me. Like, yeah, so, like, Venom Snake's anger when he wakes up awoke Psycho Mantis' powers. Like, what? How? Like, honestly, most of this isn't really me complaining. It's mostly, like, I don't get this certain, like, section. Because, I don't know, I mean, it feels kind of, like, contrived that, like, Venom Snake just being super mad at that one point. I don't even know what point they're referring to is the thing which awoke Psycho Mantis, not just any other moment which someone is pissed off. And honestly, Psycho Mantis being, like, affected by other people's anger, like, I don't know. I feel like someone who's really pissed at Skullface could, like, override Skullface's own anger. Because, like, why am I working for this, like, dickhead? I feel like, why doesn't that anger control Psycho Mantis? I just don't get it. I don't know, it's just like, it's kind of a cool idea, but it's, I don't know, like the logistics of it are kind of dumb. But honestly, I mean, most of these logistics might just be going over my head because my brain's fried because I just got back from Mexico. That's why it took so long to release this video. Though to be fair, I mean, it also took a little longer to make this video because I have to replay the entire chapter 2 again, and then I'll do the missions for like the recording and all that. And also I will say overall, like the Informant reports tapes, like overall do give a little bit more ground for Portable Ops to be part of the timeline, just because they talk so much about like psychic research. And they did talk quite a bit about that in Portable Ops. I don't know. I kind of found like the whole like psychic research stuff to be kind of like out of place in Portable Ops, but with the Phantom Pain's like these tapes, it kind of makes those things seem more grounded in the overall universe. So like it's just weird because I don't know, Peace Walker and like the Phantom Pain are designed in a way where you don't really have to play Portable Ops to understand anything, but they don't really retcon anything big from Portable Ops 2, so you could just play Portable Ops, Peace Walker, and the Phantom Pain and be just fine. Also, they all start with P. What's up with that? Also, Portable Ops, Peace Walker, and the Phantom Pain, I believe, are the only Metal Gear Solid games so far which I've been able to like completely go through without ever taking damage. Like every single other Metal Gear Solid game, there would always be like 1 or 2 points where like I was forced to take damage, but like for these games in particular, like they're the ones which I can actually go through the entire game never taking damage, which is just kind of insane. Like all the games that like start with P, you know, like Portable Ops, Peace Walker, Phantom Pain, those are the games which like, you know, I can actually like never take damage in. Like I like that a lot. I think that's cool. So yeah, here I'm just setting a couple decoys because there's gonna be some walkers coming down like this area of the road. Also, you have to be on this area of like the map, because that's where the D-Walkers are going to come in. And also this area of the map leads down to that camp I like cleared out, because I needed to clear out that camp in order to make sure that 4 D-Walkers don't come down here. Only 2 D-Walkers come down here, and then there'll be 2 like empty D-Walkers at like that little outpost I cleared out. So yeah, back to the tape. So like the tape called the reasons for reasons for facilitating the Wolbachia mutation has a part where Kaz says that all conversations on Mother Base are recorded. So that could explain some tapes, kind of maybe. I don't know, some other tapes don't really make too much sense, but like if all conversations on Mother Base are recorded, that explains some things. Oh yeah, so here's another thing annoying with tapes. So sometimes I'll be doing like side ops and I'll be trying to listen to tapes at the same times, and the enemy radios interrupt my tapes. Like, I mean, I'll be trying to look at the subtitles of like the tape I'm listening to, but then no, whatever the enemy is saying over the radio like overtakes the subtitles. I hate that. Like this, like if I'm listening to a tape, that is the most important thing that's happening right now. I do not care about anything else. The enemy radio can shut up. Like, I don't care. So yeah, here we have like 2 D-Walkers coming by through, and also enemies coming through. And instead of like trying to snipe them, I'm going to use the stun arm to take all them out all at once. So while I'm doing that, I'm going to talk about like another tape. So in the AI pod's final recording, they say the word meme. And yes, also this tape is over 10 minutes. Oh my goodness, it's intense. It's also like the only time we get to hear like Strange Love in this game. Oh, to be fair, that's not exactly true. I mean, in the cutscene where like it's Yui's trial, she says stuff, though it's pretty much the same stuff she says in the tape, but then the tape goes like 9 extra minutes into whatever she says. It's a pretty chilling little tape, though sometimes it kind of falls more into info dumping, though it does kind of reveal. I think this is the tape that reveals that Huey, like Hal's stepmom, like molested him when he was 4 years old. Or at the very least, she was definitely grooming him since he was 4 years old. So yeah, Otacon was taken in by his stepmom, who eventually raped him when he was 4 years old. That just makes the situation more horrific. It's like, bruh, what the fuck? So yeah, that tape kind of reveals that. Or maybe it was revealed in another tape, I don't know. But yeah, also another thing which happens in the tapes is that I've had like the pop-up notifications like block the entire list of tape names when I was like looking for like tapes on the left side of the screen. It was like ridiculous. Like all the pop-up information that pops up on the left side of the screen, I've had it like block entire like lists of names of the tapes. So I was like trying to like find a certain tape to listen to, and it was just completely blocked by all the pop-up notifications of like this game, like those kind of notifications. There was like an entire wall blocking like the entire left side of the screen. It was ridiculous. Like, what was that, man? So yeah, I pretty much knocked out everyone out. So we're just gonna take these 2 walker gears, and then once we take out these 2 walker gears, we're going to run back that way because there's more soldiers to like extract, and also because that's where. Also, I'm going to call the helicopter ahead of time just to save some time while I'm extracting the walker gears. Very, very nice. Yeah. So, soon enough, we're going to be talking about Quiet. So, I guess I'll just start off with I did unlock her XOF like uniform, and like it looks cool. Why didn't they just stick with it? Why they got to go for the whole naked look? I don't like it. And like I thought that like some of the stuff which Quiet does once you reach 100% bond wouldn't be as like cringy when she has the XOF suit. And I was like, okay, but then like she stuck her ass at the camera. I was kind of like, oh yeah, we're still doing that. Cool, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, the game could have stuck with the SOF suit, and like she still would be a super memorable character. But you know, it's the suit that she has in the beginning. They have to get rid of it somehow. It's like, aww. I don't know, honestly, I'm kind of surprised Eva's not a sniper, just because she kind of has the same attire as like the snipers in this series. But I don't know, I think the only time which Eva like might snipe, she never did snipe. She was kind of like, Snake, you have to snipe. And then like if you mess up sniping, you're like, wow, you really suck at this. To be fair, I think she was doing something equally as important, but I forget what. Maybe she was just driving the vehicle, or maybe she was like acting as your spotter. I don't know, maybe. Yeah. But yeah, if you reach 100% bond with Quiet at one point, like she'll just look at you, do a little smile, and then nod. It's like, and also like every time you start a mission off and you have Quiet as a buddy, like she'll look at you, she'll do a little nod, like a little yes, and but yeah. So I mean, like, that's like your bond increasing. However, I actually did miss a lot of optional scenes with Quiet, which honestly maybe I'm better off like not seeing those optional scenes. Like there's one where like if you return to Mother Base and you're stinky, like Quiet will like take a shower with you, but like I don't know, it's fucked up because like all the other soldiers just looking around like yeah, like bro, why you gotta do me like that? Why you gotta do it like that? What the fuck? And then there's like the other scene where it's like Quiet and like Venom Snake playing in the rain. I never got to that scene, but I do know that that scene exists because I've seen many mods where they just replaced the Quiet model with Ocelot, and it's just like, oh my god, the besties, like me hanging out with my bestie. Like I don't know, it's pretty funny. But to feel like that type of scene is probably like one of the only scenes which like I don't know that goes really hard on any like friendship or romance going on with like Venom Snake and Quiet besides just words. But it's just goofy as hell and also just a little just too indulgent to be like natural. Like bro, what the fuck. So yeah, here we go, we're at main op 45. I might as well talk about the objectives about this mission. So yeah, let me just pull that up real quick. So yeah, mission 2045, a Quiet exit. You unlock this mission after completing a 100% bond with Quiet. So your primary objectives are to make contact with Quiet and eliminate the Soviet mechanized unit. Your secondary objectives are to obtain Quiet's cassette tape, extract 7 tanks and 7 armored vehicles, and complete the mission without Quiet taking damage. So the way you do this with you also, but like to be fair, the toughest thing about this mission is you not taking damage. But how do you like negate that? Well, by abusing the armor suit. So I mean, you're gonna see what I mean when we get there, but like I pretty much unlock the parasite suit, unlock a lot of armor capsules, and like I don't know, make sure that you have like 8 armor capsules on the ready, because I don't know, if you have any less than that, it's gonna get a lot harder than that. Though thankfully in this mission, during this whole like big action set piece, every time you're like close to running out of like armor capsules, like you'll actually get a supply drop automatically sent to you. So just, you know, you'll always have like, your armor capsule like refilled, so you don't have to worry about having like, I don't know, like 30 armor capsules on you. It's not like you're gonna run out once you go through 8, as long as you keep getting the supply drops. And yeah, we're returning to this area, which is kind of the Angel with No Wings, but now they've retrofitted it. No, I don't think retrofit's the right word, but they pretty much are now using it for like this big action set piece moment. But yeah, so the way you're gonna handle this is by, well, one, you're gonna get your rocket launcher replaced. Don't let that happen, because this rocket launcher is way better than like the one which the game's trying to give me. So now pretty much go all the way to the right and take out the tank on the right, and also activate like the armor capsule, because pretty much every hit you take will not count as a hit. Like it's really funny because like I mean, it's still like the game's still going to act like you're getting hit, but you're not actually getting hit per se. Like, I mean, it seems like you're taking damage, but at the scoring screen, it's still going to say that you took 0 hits. So this is technically no damage. Is that the thing is, like, if you're getting shot by these guys, you can still get knocked over, but it still doesn't count as damage. I just think that's really funny. So yeah, we're pretty much going to go up to like these tanks and pretty much extract all of them, and that's pretty much how we're going to go. Also, like, tell Quiet to like cease her fire, because like Quiet can actually like kill these tanks, and you do not want that, because you want to like you pretty much want to like Fulton every single tank that pops up, but that can't happen if Quiet destroys one of them, and she is very much capable of destroying one of them. Now, for Quiet not taking damage, as long as you like keep like Fultoning these tanks at a pretty steady pace, you really should not have to worry about that at all. Like, I don't know, as long as like none of the tanks get too close to the base, you're pretty much fine with Quiet not taking damage. Just, you know, keep a consistent pace, run across the battlefield, just get those tanks, and also just keep like having that armor, and also have a lookout on like your armor like health, because it can run out, and you do not want to be caught in a dicey situation when you actually get hit, like for real, for the scoring screen. And now here I'm going to take these guys out, and also I will say that I will be killing people in this mission. To be fair, I also like killed someone in the Metallic Archaea like extreme mission by accident, but I understand how I killed them. The machine gun fire like hit one of the zombies, but here I have zero idea how I kill someone, except that maybe I shot too many rockets at the helicopter. Maybe that's the kill, but like that's stupid, because like all the other times I've shot down helicopters, it didn't count as a kill, but now it does. Because beyond that, I have zero idea how like I killed people here, because I don't think I did. But yeah, beyond that, there's not really that much to this mission if you have like the armor suit. As we have the armor suit, like just like Fulton these tanks, maybe check out the soldiers every now and then, and you're pretty much good to go. Like, there's not really much more to talk about. Just, you know, make sure they don't get too close to Quiet, and you're pretty much good. And also make sure to get your resupplies every now and then, because you're gonna need it. And for some reason they spawned it outside the mission area, which sucks, but you know, whatever. Also, I don't know. One thing you don't want to do is to put down an electric mine at one of the tanks because I don't know. You're just bound to get shocked by it yourself. And if you get shocked by an electric mine, if you have your armor parasite suit, you will still get shocked and your armor will go away. And your armor will like go away when you're shocked and you're gonna get hit. So you don't really want to use electric mines, at least not in a risky way. Like you want to like plan it out. So be careful. Also, we'll say like this mission has like a scene where Quiet almost gets raped, but for some reason we're still getting ass shots during the scene. Honestly, maybe I'm being a bit like nitpicky here, but it's kind of weird. It's kind of uncomfortable. Like, why are we still doing that? And also, just mission 45 is pretty contrived. Like, I don't know. It's like, why is Quiet all weak? Like, I understand why Quiet leaves, but why is she suddenly so weak that she can't fight off the Soviets? Because it's just kind of like, oh, she's weak at this point, but then she immediately goes into super mode at like the drop of a hat and can annihilate everyone. It's insanely strange. It's a really forced excuse of like a story. Like, I don't know, just like, oh yeah, she's guilty, but then she got captured by the Soviets and she's really weak. She's about to get like, you know, taken advantage of, but then she goes super mode because why? Like, I don't know. Did she just feel bad? Did she feel really guilty? That's why she like turned off her powers or something, like Spider-Man 2. But like in Spider-Man 2, it's a consistent like thing that happens in the story, but here it happens once. So it doesn't make any sense. Oh yeah, here's some pretty cool counters where enemies will try to attack you, but if you press the QTE button at the right moment, like you'll do that nice little cool animation there. I don't know why I woke that guy up. And now here I'm trying to get this guy with a shield, and I keep failing, and then I just kind of give up because I'm just not dealing with the guy with the shield. I will say that the music that plays during this mission is pretty cool. Like, it sounds like it builds up during like the cutscene before like this big encounter, and it continues into like this mission. Like, it's like an alarm type, like dong, dong, dong. And honestly, I don't know what the name of this OST is. Like, I don't know if someone can tell me like what song plays during this mission. Like, please let me know, because like I looked it up online, and like the only link I found to the song is just like someone's like deleted video, and I'm really sad about that. I want to know what this song is, because like the name. Maybe a YouTube link, like, you know, let me know, because I think the song is cool. It's like really alarming and all that, and really fits like this mission in particular. I will say though, I mean, if the armor suit did not exist, this mission would be absolute hell. But you know, thank God that like the armor parasite suit does exist though, which makes no damage quite easy. So yeah, once we reach this helicopter here, we have to pretty much take it down. There's no Fultoning that helicopter, so maybe because I shot rockets over there that killed people, but it's like that's kind of dumb. I mean, because I don't know, the one like no damage video I saw of this like mission. Ooh, look at that! Look at all those nice sick counters. They just use a sniper rifle to take down the helicopter, so maybe that's how you avoid no kills. But you know, I don't really care. I'm mostly going for all objectives S rank, no damage, and that's what I'm doing here, because this game doesn't have a health bar, but it does have a scoring screen which says if you took any hits or not. And if I take 0 hits, then that's no damage. That's how it counts, and that's why the armor suit is like super overpowered. The most ridiculous thing is you can still get wounded. Like this game has a system called like critical wounds, where like if you get shot in like a critical place, the entire like game will slow down, and you have to like find cover to like, you know, fix that critical wound. That can still happen when you have the armor suit, but it still doesn't count as a hit. But like your vision will go red. You still have to heal that wound. It's like I'm going to showcase like the ridiculousness of this in a future mission, but it's not gonna happen in this mission. But yeah, I'm just letting you know, because like that's insane. Like what do you mean that doesn't count as a hit? To be fair, I'm very glad that it doesn't count as a hit, because it makes the missions that are coming up much easier. And also just, you know, be careful with like your armor health bar, because there could be bullets coming from a lot of different areas. It's like, yo. I'm like, here's the thing. Quiet's send-off, I'd say it's honestly like really great. And I think it's a great conclusion to her character. It's just that the rest of her character I don't like. And also, it's absolutely hampered by how fillery the event preceding it is. It's just like, oh, we're fighting Soviets because she got captured by them and they hate her. It's like, oh, okay. And it's also indicative of how a lot of this game is just like episodic. Like, please stop with the standalone stories. Just have an interconnected main narrative, dog. I'm begging you. Like, yeah, Chapter 2 is the epilogue, but it also is like the only time certain characters get to shine. But it's only in bite-sized chunks, which like diminish their impact. Like, I don't care if Chapter 1 is like supposed to be the main story, when like most of the characters aren't that interesting in Chapter 1. They get their time to shine here, but it's all in bite-sized chunks, and it's like that just like brings it all down for me. Especially for Quiet, though I didn't really like Quiet much for the rest of the game, so it's like, come on, man. Come on. Also, there's like the scene where like the snake poisons Venom snake. I'm sure it has some symbolism. I mean, I could like guess it, but I'm not very knowledgeable about that. Like, I don't know, like the Venom could be symbolic of like Quiet's relationship with like Venom Snake, or rather like the worry Quiet had with staying with Venom Snake. And now here I'm going to let a cutscene play out, just because I don't know, it's the send off for Quiet, and I thought it fit. So, and also here, like, this is still part of the mission. This is where you get the cassette tape, and I guess it marks down the objective. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird that this is a secondary objective. Though I guess maybe it's a secondary objective so that, you know, first time playing this mission, you don't know you're going to get a cassette tape. But yeah, here's the cutscene. I'm going to let it play out.
I did not choose to be quiet. I wanted to express my feelings to you. If only we shared a common tongue.
Vengeance was what drove me to them. The only language left to me, revenge. But the words we shared, no, that was no language at all. That is why I chose the language of gratitude instead, and go back to silence. I am quiet. I am the absence of words.
Now, if you played the game before, like, you know what happens in that scene, but if you haven't played the game before and you're just watching my commentary, basically, in a previous cutscene I didn't show in this video, Quiet spoke English, and she has the English strain of, like, the parasite, which pretty much means if she speaks English, she will die. And she did that to, like, save Venom Snake from, like, the poisonous snake which infected him. So in this, like, final cutscene, like, I don't know, her words have, like, you know, this impact of, you know, she wants to, like, leave a final, like, thank you to Snake, but she's dead. She's gonna die. Anyways, here we've reached like the final canon mission of the game, which is just a replay of the prologue. And I sure have a lot of issues with this. And I decided to include this cutscene because this game has a really nice transition to like the mission screen. Here, I'm gonna let it play out.
But it took too long. He's in a coma.
What about him?
Yeah, took some shrapnel to the head.
So yeah, you see that, like the way the music builds up when, like, you know, mission like 46 pops up. I don't know, I think that was really cool. So yeah. And also when like you're starting up this mission, like the loading screen switches back to like the Ground Zero's loading screen, which I think is a really nice touch. Though I will say, maybe you noticed it, but I was getting notifications about Mother Base during like this flashback mission. Like when like mission 46 popped up, like that little title there, I was getting notifications about Mother Base. Like, what? Like, what the hell? Also, I guess this thing, like when I was replaying this mission, I was reminded of the whole, like, what they say, V has come too, where it's like distorted a bunch of times. I think that's really cool. And also, I'm not sure if this is true of the actual prologue, but in Mission 46, I mean, the replay of the prologue, which is pretty much almost the exact same thing as the prologue, you can hear over the radio that, like, a plane crash happened and, like, many people died due to, like, a fire. And this is explained later on in some tapes, which I think is really cool, since I went and re-listened to those tapes. So it's like, oh, I have some context for that. Nice, nice.
How do you feel?
Also, Venom Snake has, like, a bunch of fragments stuck in his body, so I don't know, I guess it gives like even more like context or like something more weight to like the Shining Lights even in Death Mission, where he's like, plant your roots in me. Like, yeah, he already has a ton of stuff in him. Like, okay, like what's a couple more? Like, okay, yeah, I'm probably reaching with this interpretation, but you know, it's kind of like Venom Snake is such like a combination of so many different like people and characters. I mean, to be fair, all his memories are big bosses, but like his personality is still there. So the way he reacts to like big bosses' memories is like still makes him like his own man in a sense. Well, at least on an individual basis. I mean, on a like collective basis, he's still Big Boss, and that's kind of the tragedy of his character. I'll talk more about that later. But yeah, he has like a bunch of like bullet fragments and all that in his body, so now he's like letting like his dead comrades like plant their roots in him. Kind of, you know, it's like a tapestry. I don't know, like, I'm sure there's something deep here. I'm sure someone maybe have said the same thing I did, but in a cooler way. Yeah. So, okay, here's what I hate about this mission. Like, okay, like learning new context about this mission is cool, but why are we repeating the crawling parts? Like, this is just like the E3 tech demo section of the game. You know, that's cool for like the intro of the game. You know, that's cool for the E3 tech demo. Why am I repeating it now? And now I've dropped my phone. That's where I have my outline. Why am I repeating all this E3 like, you know, cinematic nonsense at the end of the game? I've already experienced like 30 to 40 to 50 hours of interactive, like, you know, free form sandbox stealth gameplay. And now you're going to bring me back to this shit? Like, you're taking the piss at this point. Like, what is wrong with you? This does nothing for, like, the pretty awesome ending, which I'll talk about when we get to that awesome ending. This just kind of ruins it, kind of. Just, like, it's such a poor way to lead to the finale of the game. Excuse me. Alright, just gotta switch arms. I don't know, I got my vaccine shot in the left arm, so I don't know, I mean, I can move it quite a bit, but there's like a bit of a soreness there, like someone punched me really hard. Maybe like how Venom's right now. Ooh, I'm just like him for real.
This isn't gonna work. We better take the elevator.
I will say, I really like this music that's like kind of building up in the background. I want to see like the entire track, which like oversees this entire level, is pretty badass. It's like this 9-minute music track and it's played all throughout. I don't know, really cool stuff. Oh yeah, but in my replay of this mission, I noticed that you can't stand up the first time you hide under beds. Like, the game just forces you to crawl until you reach like the contextual part where like he's like, oh, press the stance button and stand up. You can't stand up before that, and I think that's dumb. Like, it's such a horrible idea to make the ending of your game be a replay of the worst mission in the game. Like, I can kind of understand the on-rails mission, like, for the start of the game, but asking the player to suffer through it again, like, you know, after, like, the 46 hours of open-ended fun is, like, the stupidest thing you could have done. Hell, like, you know, if you're gonna revisit this level, make it, like, an actual level this time. I don't know, maybe, like, let us play through in the perspective of Big Boss instead of like Venom Snake, since it's supposed to be a big reveal, because it's not like Venom Snake is learning this at this exact moment. Maybe playing as Big Boss would let the player know what the hell is going on this time, instead of just, oh, we're Venom Snake again. It's like, it's so stupid. Like, because like Big Boss kind of has all these like different paths in the mission, and it's like, oh, maybe some things the player would do won't be canon with the story. I mean, who cares? Metal Gear always like retcons canon anyways. Like, just let me play as like the actual Big Boss in this mission. That would have been a much smoother way to, like, you know, not make this like level tedious, and also just to still like reveal new things to the player, because nothing new is happening right now. This is just like dumb, stupid. There's nothing like new in the gameplay, stories. There is zero reason for us to be doing this.
Keep your head down.
Like, also, we'll say putting water on fire seems to be a consistent theme in this game, whether it be the man on fire or on quiet. Kind of like a Venom's kind of like the thing which cools down other people's revenges or whatnot. Like, but this level is so... like, what is this, dog? Why are we doing this? Like, I don't know. It's so strange, because like all the other Metal Gear Solid games like either end with like a ton of cutscenes happening or with like an epic final. They all end with epic final bosses, but here you get nothing. When was the last time like I fought a boss fight? Like, the metallic Archaea? but like a replay of the metallic Archaea. Like that's the last time we fought a boss fight. Like when was the last time like we fought a boss fight? Like, an original boss fight. Like I guess the Shining Lights in Death is kind of a boss fight. Like for your emotions, I guess. But it's like the last time we fought an original boss fight was the giant robot. That's also going to be the last time we fight an original boss fight. That is the last time we fight an original boss fight. Every single boss fight after that is just repeats of like the previous boss fights. Like, are you kidding me? Metal Gear Solid would never do this. Not even for its post-game content. Like even Peace Walker, when it was like wasting your time in the post-game content, there was still like an epic final boss waiting for you with Zeke. But here there is nothing. Nothing. Are you insane? Like this game does a lot of great things to end the Metal Gear Solid series, but like you have got to be taking the absolute like 20 liters of piss, fucking orange piss, to not have an actual final boss for Metal Gear Solid 5, and also a Skullface not having a boss fight. Like, I don't know, I feel this game insists, like I mentioned in my previous videos, but this game insists too much on its Phantom Pain theme. Like, it could easily still deliver, like, a very, like, grueling, like, very, like, not that satisfying Phantom Pain feeling, while still having an appropriate final boss for Skullface, and still having a final boss. Like, if you add those things in there, like, that, like, dread of, like, a Phantom Pain overtaking, like, your body, you know, like something which is never going to be fulfilled, like, kind of, like, an emptiness can still be there, but your game won't suck as much anymore. And to be fair, this game does not suck. In fact, on my replay, I'd say this is definitely top 3. Like, I don't know, I'm feeling like an 8 out of 10 on this one. But still, it would have been so much better with like all these like other additions. It wouldn't hamper the rest of the game. It would make it better, and the rest of the game would still have those strong themes like emptiness, of like unfulfilled revenge. You could still do all that while still having an actual final boss, and while also still letting Skullface have a final boss. Like, yes, I understand that the boss fight isn't going to be able to communicate these the advanced themes you're tackling with. That's why the rest of the game is tackling those advanced themes. How, like, you know, how Skullface can like kills pretty much like all your mother base with like his dumb virus. Like, that's the theme coming to fruition. Like, removing a boss fight from Skullface is not like the way to do that. You already do that with every single other element in the game. So yeah, here, like, oh yeah, I will say the depth of field effect in this game can be pretty goofy at points. Just because it does not like focusing on the player character, it focuses on the environment and stuff. So whenever I'm trying to get like a nice pretty shot of Venom Snake, he's always like out of focus. Like that one time when I was just laying down in front of the door waiting for Big Boss to show up because it's a dumb scripted sequence and it's not like actual gameplay. Like, you know, like he's all out of focus, but like the doctor and like the door was like super focused. So here I'm just hiding under beds. I have to skip cutscenes, like, and now we're going to blend in with the bodies. Like, I don't know. It'd be cool if like David Hayter like voiced Big Boss at this point. Like maybe that would be cool. I think maybe not just no. I think David Hayter should have shown up for like the final scene of this game. I think that would have been really impactful. But, you know, oh yeah, there are new objectives to this mission, which is kind of surprising. Like, it is a complete replay of the previous mission, except worse. But yeah, you have some new objectives to tackle for this like final canon mission. So the new objectives are, your primary objective is still escape the hospital, but you have new secondary objectives. So instead of doing what you did in like the prologue, you instead have to eliminate 6 soldiers at the hospital entrance and land 20 plus shots on the man on fire. So yeah, like these are different objectives. And also it forces you to kill the enemies. Like in the prologue, you can actually avoid killing everyone. But here the game forces you to do it in order to get all those objectives, which is a pretty cruel thing, I'd say. And it kind of plays into, like, you know, forcing Venom to become a demon type thing. Like, and also there's this whole mechanic with, like, Venom Snake kind of having, you know, like, does his colors being all, like, disorientated, which apparently was going to have some payoff in Mission 51. And I'll talk about Mission 51 more as, like, this video goes along, because I think it has some really interesting thematic elements, but it's just not here in the game. And also it probably would have been a satisfying conclusion to Eli's story. And here, oh my goodness, I am Big Boss, I ate him. Like, I'm losing my mind here. Like, this is so tedious. Like this whole section, I'm trying to make it fun. I'm trying to bump with the big boss, and now here, like the only time you have any actual gameplay is at the very end. I mean, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck? Why would you do this? Like,
cause I'm a demon. I'm gonna bury this demon.
I think I might have mentioned in like my second or first video that it doesn't really make sense that the nuclear disarmament like ending happens before the actual real ending, but I don't know. I read like some articles and like I read an interpretation that kind of stuck out to me that like I don't know, Venom Snake isn't really talking to Big Boss. He's instead just kind of referring more to his memory of like the actual boss, like you know the boss in Snake Eater, because he never says Big Boss. He just says another mission, right, boss? So when he's talking about how he has to purge this demon in him, he's instead talking to like his old master, like I don't know, metaphorically or sense. There's a better word for this, but it's a cool idea. So yeah, here like the way I know damage this section is like I shoot the feet of like the shoulder, like the soldier like on the left, and then once like that's done, I wait for this guy to start reloading, and then I start firing him with bullets. That's the way I handle that. So like that adds a lot of interesting like dimensions to the nuclear disarmament ending, and also it kind of makes. Then yeah, so here, headshots, and also I'm using a non-silenced weapon just because it's automatic and it makes it easier to kill these guys. So yeah, there's gonna be a guy on the stairs, and then once we get the guy on the stairs, I'm going to pretty much like wait for these guys to come up, and I'm gonna take them out. And also, you can dolphin dive now, which makes this section a little more fun. And this is like the only section of actual gameplay, which is like you know pretty restrictive and linear, but still it is the only section with actual gameplay. And you pretty much have to kill everyone here. But yeah, as I was saying, so yeah, it kind of adds like that tragedy to like Venom Snake's story, because you know he's going through like all like the horrible things Big Boss has done. You know, maybe if he wanted to or not, like you know, killing the boss. You know, like the whole thing with nukes, like the whole thing with Paz and Chico. Like Venom Snake has all those memories, like all those like tortured, like you know, nightmares and all that, and he has to suffer through that, and he thinks that he's a demon because of it, even though he's never done those things. He was never a demon, but he believes he is. That's why he always like sees himself as one, especially in like the hallway scene where like you know his horn grows big and he is all bloody. Like that bloody image is not Venom Snake. It's what he thinks he is because of all the memories that were transplanted into him or like forced into him. Like the character he's being forced to play. It's kind of like you know like I mean like it's kind of an extension of like what happens in Metal Gear Solid 2, like kind of the whole mimetic like copying of like other people, though in this case it's like a complete like takeover. Like you are not your own person. Your entire identity has been stripped away due to like having the memories of like this war criminal, really. So it's just like it's insane. Like it makes Venom very interesting in that sense. How he can still kind of have his own character, but even with all his individuality, it's never going to be reflected like on like a societal point. Because in a societal point, he's always just going to be Big Boss, the demon, even though he really isn't the demon. And I think like the ending like kind of shows this in like symbolically with all like its imagery and all that. And I think it has this really great emotional payoff, which is like kind of subtle but not so subtle. And also like the ending is very interpretable just because it is somewhat vague with what it's saying. So you could take it like a multiple like different ways. It's kind of an open book type ending. So yeah, here I killed everyone. So now, like the last couple objectives we have to do is, well, just the one objective is we have to shoot the man on fire a bajillion trillion times, and well, not too much. So pretty much just unload an entire clip on him and make sure that like every single shot hits him, and then run out of the building before he like fires back to do no damage. And now like I've pretty much done the entire mission because like on this replay they decided to remove like the other fun part of this mission, which was like kind of that part where you're riding away on the horse and like shooting at man on fire. Like they removed that section entirely, even though that's like one of the best parts of like this whack ass prologue. But they removed, let's remove that really fun thing and just let you do all the crawling. Like we're not going to remove the crawling, but we are going to remove that fun thing. It's like, bro, like what's wrong with you? Why would you do that? So anyways, here I decided to leave the ending like in full. So I'm just going to let the entire ending of the game play out so you can kind of witness it for yourself.
Now do you remember who you are? What you were meant to do? I cheated death thanks to you. And thanks to you, I've left my mark. You have too. You've written your own history. You're your own man. I'm Big Boss. And you are too. No. He's the two of us together. Where we are today, we built it. This story, this legend, it's ours. We can change the world and with it the future. I am you and you are me. Carry that with you wherever you go. Thank you, my friend. From here on out, you're Big Boss.
So here's Main Ops 47. It is the exact same mission as the original War Economy mission. Nothing much really plays out differently, but I will tell you the primary objectives and the secondary objectives. So, identify the arms dealer, identify the CFA official, eliminate the CFA official. The secondary objectives are extract the CFA official, extract the arms dealer, listen to all the conversations between the CFA official and the arms dealer, secure the blueprint the gunship is carrying, extract the material container inside the Nova Braga airport hangar. It plays out the exact same way which my attempt at this mission in my previous video went, so I'm not going to talk about this mission at all. I'm instead going to talk about the stuff I was trying to talk about for the ending. So I don't know, I will say I really like how when we finally meet like the real big boss again, the game stops doing like the one take gimmick. I don't know, it kind of cuts the different like angles and all that, like more like the original games. I think that's a really neat like little thing. And I will say like the twist ending I think is fantastic, but why all the bullshit before it? Why not build up this twist? Why not have a natural build up to it? Like, yes, there's foreshadowing, but there's absolutely no build up to it. Like, no reason why we reach this point. It just happens. Like, how did Snake get this tape? How did Venom Snake get this tape? How did he get to this realization? When did Big Boss let him know, the truth? How did we get to this point? Like, all that is just left up to it just happens. Like, okay. It's a great twist. It's handled really well. I love all the symbolic imagery in this, in the last 3 to 4 minutes. But everything before it sucks. Not the game in particular. I'm just saying, the final mission, everything before it was ass. But, this section right here is what's good. The cutscene with, Big Boss on his motorbike. Also just the cutscenes with the mirror and all that. That stuff is awesome. But everything else about Mission 46 sucks ass. It ruins it a bit, is what I'm saying. It shouldn't ruin it. So why are you actively trying to ruin it? But it doesn't completely ruin it. Alright, but yeah, moving on. Yeah, but it's just there's no real build up to it, no progression to this twist. So it takes away a lot from what is a really great twist. Metal Gear Solid 2, it was constantly building up to this twist. You had all these little details, all these clues, and then boom, bombshell happens. Then boom, another bombshell happens. It just keeps going over and over and over. It's awesome. But it's just like here, not so much. Like there's a lot of like vague foreshadowing, but no real like satisfying build up to it. It's just like, come on, man, come on. But as for the actual ending itself, like, I don't know, the way I interpret like that final scene with like Venom Snake in the mirror is that, you know, when he hears the news, like, I mean, one question is, why does Venom Snake like smirk when he hears the news that he's Big Boss? You know, like, Big Boss just admitted to something like really horrible. Why is Venom Snake somewhat happy about it? And well, that's because like Big Boss is a really good manipulator. Like, I mean, I'm sure like at the moment, you know, like the idea of being Big Boss was like, wait, Venom Snake happy? Like, oh, maybe all my efforts were for something, you know, like, I'm Big Boss, so, you know, that's really cool. But as the years go by, because, you know, once he flips like that tape he has, like 10 years pass. You know, maybe like literally, metaphorically, you know, what have you, like 10 years pass in the time he flips that tape. And then now he's had time to realize that he's kind of been being conned this whole time, because once he looks in the mirror, he realizes that demon that's been haunting him like throughout the entire game, you know, I mean, he starts the game off like, cause I'm already a demon. But that demon that's been haunting him isn't his own. It's the other Big Bosses. But since he's also Big Boss too, he carries the burden of being seen as that same demon. And yeah, I'm playing some Deus Ex music because this is boring. I have to wait for the person to show up. But, you know, besides that, like, you know, like that whole demon is a fake. Like, it's just a phantom of himself. But it's not himself. But that idea of himself is now gone because he's being forced to carry on the Big Boss image. So, like, I mean, now that he's like has a full context of like everything that's going on around him, he does smash like his mirror self to like embrace like his actual identity. But his actual identity is like kind of lost to like time and smoke and mirrors and all that. That's kind of like why like the smoky version of himself, kind of like inside the mirror, isn't bloodstained at all. That's his like true self. He's not really a demon. But like that idea, but him not being a demon is never going to be like, you know, publicly visible, because everyone else is just going to conflate him with the actual Big Boss, and he doesn't really have any choice in this matter. That's like the whole tragedy of his character, and it adds a lot more interesting weight to the cut Mission 51, because like I feel like Mission 51 would happen after Mission 46, like the whole the revelation he has in a sense. To an extent, okay, honestly, like if you like take like the whole 10 years thing passing, it doesn't make that much sense. But I'm assuming that maybe after he learns the twist, and he kind of has a little smirk, maybe like a couple weeks after he realizes like he's kind of being conned, and then maybe Mission 51 could happen. Because like that whole thing he says to Liquid after like the mission is done, where he's like, that's right, blame me. It feels like kind of like Venom Snake's like revenge on the actual Big Boss, because like, I don't know, I mean, I feel like Venom Snake, I mean, he had revenge against like Skullface, but honestly Kaz was the one who was like more mad at Skullface. You know, like revenge like infects everyone in this game. And I think at the very end, you know, once Venom Snake learns that reveal, maybe revenge has finally infected him. Now he wants to get back at the actual Big Boss, because sooner or later, Big Boss is also going to dispose of him. So maybe like telling Eli, that's right, blame me. I mean, he's not telling Eli to like blame, you know, him, like, you know, Venom Snake, you know, like the medic. He's telling him to blame Big Boss. And, you know, if Eli gets even more mad at Big Boss and like blames everything on him, then, you know, Venom Snake is kind of like, you know, leading Eli down a path of like actually killing, you know, the actual Big Boss, you know, the one who like inflicted this horrible like, you know, situation onto him, like onto Venom. So it's just like, I feel like that's where like the seeds of revenge start flowing into Venom Snake, and that makes Mission 51 a lot more interesting than I thought it would be. But, you know, in the context of, you know, not being it, I don't think Mission 51 was all that substantial to this game. Like, I don't know, fighting the same giant robot for like the second or third time is not an accurate final boss. Like, it would be really, really lame.
Field incident. How do you want to handle him, boss?
It's just it's such a tragedy, because like, I don't know, even if like Venom Snake tries to reclaim his image by like kind of breaking the mirror, it's not really going to change how people view him. Like, he's always going to be that like demon, even if he really isn't that demon at all. And like his memories still like see him as a demon, but they were all fake. They aren't his. And any accomplishment which like Venom Snake like completes isn't going to be his own. It's always going to be attributed to the identity of the overall Big Boss. Any good thing he does is never going to be his own. Any bad thing he does will haunt him for the rest of his days. Like, Big Boss fucked over like one of his most like trustworthy like soldiers just to like, you know, have a decoy to hide away and then reappear when it's convenient. Like, this is where men become demons. I think it's a really great twist. It's just that the presentation of everything before it is kind of shit, and it really does kind of hamper what is a really great twist, and honestly a pretty great little ending to like the Metal Gear saga, and kind of the way it loops back into like Metal Gear 1. But man, it's all about presentation, like the way it appears out of nowhere, the way there's really no real build up to the situation. Like Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain has really solid ideas and honestly a pretty solid overall narrative, but the way it's all presented and like portrayed in the game leaves a lot to be desired, and that's probably why most people were really disappointed by this game. I feel like if it presented its events better, maybe people wouldn't be so mad at this game and would appreciate it a lot more these days. Like, I don't know, I feel like everyone kept saying that the Phantom Pain was going to be one of those things that you would learn to appreciate over the years, the same way how, you know, Metal Gear Solid 2, everyone hated it at first, but now everyone loves it for being this, like, you know, postmodern masterpiece. Maybe Metal Gear Solid 5 would be the same way, but I don't know, I feel like the Achilles heel was always going to be the way it presents its events, and the way it doles out, like, its story in these bite-sized chunks, in these, like, episodic chunks. That's always going to be an issue with the Phantom Pain, and it's always going to make it like that it's never going to like stand up to like something like Metal Gear Solid 2 or like how it tells its story. Like, yeah, Metal Gear Solid 2 has issues of its own, like it has way too much exposition for its own good, but like I think the way it builds up its overall meta narrative and all that is way more impactful than what 5 does, just purely on the way it presents it. Like, this game's presentation just doesn't really lean well into what it's trying to do. It's like, And yeah, this is where I would have liked Camp Omega to come back. Because, like, I don't know, Camp Omega was like, you know, this area Venom Snake has never visited. But maybe once he visits it, he starts to notice these little details. And also, when he's visiting Camp Omega, maybe they could have tied it back to, like, the Paz story. Okay, but before I get to the Paz story, let me just say that, like, the final, like, ending part of Mission 46, where it's like, where, I don't know, I forget if Kaz or Ocelot says this, where they say, like, his sons will be fated to face each other, like, I swear, every single prequel game, like Portable Ops, Peace Walker, and the Phantom Pain, all need to have one moment where they go way too far with trying to retroactively make this series more epic. It's like, oh yes, his sons, they're gonna be fated to face each other one day. It's gonna be this epic battle. Like, shut up. That's so cringe. Like, honestly, you had such a great ending. You had to ruin it with that little tidbit. Like, shut the fuck up, please. Like, come on. So yeah, let me get back to talking about Paz, because Paz's side story I think is honestly pretty great, and honestly kind of makes me appreciate the story a little bit more. But the way it's presented, I think, doesn't play the most to its strength, but I don't think it takes away from the story. So I don't know, I actually skipped quite a bit of my outline just to get to talk about the ending, but yeah, let me see here. Okay, let me just see here. There's a lot I skipped. Oh yeah, before I talk about Pause, I'm going to talk about Quiet. So, which movies have a romance without words? Now, I have a couple movies to talk about. So, The Shape of Water, what The Shape of Water does is absolutely non-applicable to the how to improve this game's romance, because it's a dumb fish creature, which isn't that dumb. He has some intelligence, but you can't really take how he acts and apply it to Quiet. It's not going to improve Quiet's romance in this game at all. So yeah, Shape of Water, it does not apply to this game. It doesn't really help it. Up. So Up in the first 5 or 10 minutes has probably one of the most emotional just musical montage sequences, but this game isn't a musical montage. It's I don't know if what Up did could really be applied to this game either, or at very least not easily. And also it was more dealing with issues of family, how, I forgot what the word for this, but when you can't give birth, kind of the depression of that, just old age. And dealing with those themes and kind of there's maybe a metaphorical way, maybe in a grand scheme of things type of way, but this game doesn't really have that kind of story. So yeah, I don't think Up is really going to apply here. Lou Over the Wall, it's a Masaki Yuasa film. I think it's actually one of his weaker works, not visually though. Visually it's pretty impressive, but I don't know, the narrative is kind of it's there. I don't know, usually I want to watch I forgot his first name. No! A Yuasa anime if I want kind of more deeper connection to stuff. Usually he picks works which kind of have a little bit more going on, and his visuals enhance the themes and kind of characters more. But I don't know, that film it was fun, but beyond that, I wasn't really feeling it that much. And it really doesn't apply to this romance either. Like, it's just another creature movie. That's the thing. Like, I don't know, the only like movies which like have this kind of like romance without words are creature films, and I don't know if I really want to call Quiet a creature, but maybe she does act like a creature. But like, I don't know if you could really like apply creature romance to the type of romance that they're trying to apply in this game, because it would honestly make Quiet's character a little more insulting. Like if she starts randomly like killing dogs or something. But I don't know. It's strange, man. It's strange. The Red Turtle? Like, I don't know. I really like The Red Turtle. It's a pretty great film, but like that kind of filmmaking doesn't apply to Metal Gear Solid 5 either. Like Babe is like a 10 out of 10 existential like masterpiece. You should watch it. It's about a pig that talks. I quite like pigs, if you haven't noticed by my channel, but yeah, you should watch that. Completely unapplicable to Quiet's romance in this game. I don't know how you could improve it. But yeah, and then moving on, Nosferatu, I pronounced that wrong, the Vampiro. This is the 1979 film, not the 1920s film. I actually got to see this in a theater, and like the first half is amazing. Like the way it builds suspense, it has so many amazing shots. It's dreamlike quality, everything. But once a titular vampire like hits the city, the film becomes kind of dull, and honestly, like it becomes pretty hokey by the end. And like I know people like are gonna disagree with that because it is considered like a bit of a cult classic, but maybe not a cult classic, just a classic in general. But man, like the second half or like the last fourth of the movie is a really big downer. It just like, I don't know, it took a creature that was like kind of terrifying in the beginning with like the way like the actor is able to convey like these like drug addict like sense of like I don't know, mannerisms, and also just like the creepy way it moves, like the slow tension of the movie and the dreamlike like feel with all like the dreamy landscapes, like the beach walks, just like these unknown areas. Like it was really awesome up until like the part where like Nosferatu hits the city. Then you have an annoying side character which follows Nosferatu everywhere, and it's just like it was such a great movie until like the last couple parts, and then it got so dull. And it's just like, and like the more metaphorical narrative became kind of hokey too with the romance. And yeah, the romance, it's not really a romance, it's just more I want, and the girl's like, stop fucking doing that, please. So yeah, like that film, it started off amazing, and in fact it has one of the greatest like horror scenes I've ever seen. But like, and then it just becomes so lame by the end. It was so disappointing. I can't apply it at all to Quiet. So yeah, I've just listed a bunch of movies which I just don't know how they do the Quiet romance better, because they're not really applicable. But I couldn't think of anything else because I really didn't do them. I really did not do any research on this topic. So I don't know if anyone has any films which do like the Quiet romance better. Let me know, because everything I listed is nothing to do with this. But hey, you now have some films to see. Maybe not all of them, but like, I mean, most of these I'd say are pretty good, or at least more interesting enough to go see. So yeah, go watch them. Definitely watch Babe. Babe is so good. You have to see Babe. Okay, so enough of that. So wait. I don't know. One of the things I mention here is I completed. Oh yeah, no. Actually, this relates to the mission. So like, I completed Main Ops 47, but I accidentally killed people, so I got an A rank. So I had to redo the mission. But then the containers, which was one of the extra objectives, aren't there anymore. So I had to grind a couple missions before doing 47 again. Like, that's so stupid. Like, once again, if you extract the container and complete the mission, then you have to like complete 5 main missions before they reappear again. It's like that. It's one of your objectives. It should be there every time you start the mission. Are you fucking deaf? What's wrong with you? Like, it's a balancing thing for like FOV system, but fuck off. Are you kidding me? Like, it just makes completing these extra objectives so much more annoying, especially in a mission that's already pretty tedious with having listened to all these like time-wasting conversations. There's barely anything happening here. I take care of the building, then I just stand around waiting for them to talk. Like, and yet this is the mission you're forcing me to repeat? Are you kidding me? With total stealth. Like, that doesn't change anything. I already did it total stealth. In fact, to do this objective, you have to do total stealth. Because if you don't do total stealth, you can't listen to all the conversations. I hate this repetition. What a stupid mission to like make you repeat again. Like, oh yeah, so back to talking about tape. So like the Quiet 6 tape is kind of pointless because they already tell you the exact same thing, like in the mission, like 45. However, Quiet 7 tape, I say, is really cool because, like, you know, you did get that tape physically in a cutscene, so it's kind of cool that you can re-listen to it. And yeah, like I mean, like I mentioned before, I was listening to the tapes which I got from Chapter 2 while doing side ops, and it's like I'm listening to the past while mindlessly moving forward. And this isn't really a compliment. I was kind of bored. Like, it was kind of boring, but maybe there's a deep reason for it. Like, oh, while you're listening to like these cassette tapes, you know, you're like reflecting on better times while you mindlessly do boring side ops. Ooh, so cool. Like, I think it's just mostly that I'm tired of the game by now. Also, another thing is that whenever I pet D-Dog, it interrupts the subtitles of the tapes. So whatever important info was being subtitled from the tapes will be replaced with good, because that was so important. It had to like overtake the subtitles of the tapes. Like, why did you design it like this? What's wrong with you? It's only something more positive. So the final pause tape honestly feels like a classic Metal Gear Solid send-off. Like how Naomi told us to live on despite our genetic destiny, or how Solid Snake told us to live on despite our memes. And okay, frankly, I forgot the entirety of Solid Snake's like speech in 2, or like how Eva talked about the tragedy of the boss's death, or Big Boss's farewell in 4. Like, I don't know, like what Paz tells like Venom Snake in that final tape feels so much like that I'm honestly kind of surprised that they didn't work it into like the actual conclusion of the game. Like, I don't know, it feels so substantial to everything. Like the way how she tells like Venom to let go of revenge, you know, how killing Skullface isn't going to bring anyone back, you know, how killing Huey isn't going to bring anyone back. You know, it feels like this is like that Naomi like info dump at the end of like Metal Gear Solid 1. It feels like that exact type of thing, and I think it's perfect for this game. But it's completely optional. And also, yes, I am playing badass Deus Ex music to exit this building, but you know, I'm talking about Metal Gear Solid, so I don't got time for that. But yeah, I don't know, just like that's what I'm saying. I kind of wish the Paz stuff was kind of incorporated more into the story, because like this is like one of the most emotional things with Venom, the way he remembers Paz, and like the whole tragedy of that. Maybe it should have been more in the main story, maybe as like to make it more emotional by the end, because it is one of the only emotional things in this game, really, besides the titular emotional scene mission, I guess. So just kind of like, I don't know, it's such a great tape. Oh yeah, so here I'm almost get caught by this robot, but you know, I improvise, I deal with it. Also, we'll say that it's pretty funny how Paz says like this is the last tape, but I still haven't listened to the Hamburger Saga tapes yet, so I'm still like, I went and listened to those. And I will say, I saw a comment somewhere that the Hamburger tapes were like the only source of humor in the Phantom Pain, and like I didn't believe it. I assumed that like there must have been some other tape with humor in it, and I was wrong. The Hamburger tapes are actually the only tapes with a sense of humor. Now, it would be tempting to say that they're the only humor in the game as a whole, but that's not really true. You can punch goats, attach balloons to people. Like, it makes for a more balanced tone than Ground Zeroes, which was like either 100% serious or 100% goofy. But like the Phantom Pain definitely has its goofy moments, besides just a Hamburger tape. But yeah, that Hamburger tape. Okay, I'll talk more about the Hamburger tape once after I list the objectives of this next mission.
Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories about this one, boss.
So yeah, just like the previous mission, this is also a repeat mission. Here we go, we have the Code Talker repeat mission, which is kind of weird that this comes after the Metallic Archaea, like, repeat mission. Like, I don't know, wouldn't it make more sense to have the Metallic Archaea repeat mission to come after the Code Talker repeat mission? But, you know, whatever, let's just list the objectives. You know, we're almost to the end. Yeah, we are. This is an extreme variant, so like the skulls are going to have more health, but however, I'm going to bring a lethal sniper rifle with me this time, because even if you lethally shoot down these skulls, it's not going to count as a kill. So yeah, your primary objectives are make contact with Code Talker and extract them. Your secondary objectives are to extract Code Talker without him taking damage, eliminate the skulls, extract the skulls, and extract the armored vehicle sealing off a Loveway village. I forgot, Valley. I'm pronouncing all that wrong, and it, you know, like, whatever. And honestly, most of the mission is the exact same, except for the fact that I have the parasite suit with me. Uh-oh, the hiccups are back. But yeah, I'm bringing the parasite suit with me because, like, since these guys have a little more health, I'm just tired of it. I don't want to deal with, like, I mean, Quiet having more health I'm fine with, but 4 Quiets all having more health at the same time, I don't know, I think that'd be a little irritating. So I decided, you know what, I'm gonna take a little bit more of an action approach and just cheese this fight with the armor suit. And there's a pretty funny thing that happens, which, well, I mean, you'll see what I mean when we get to that fight, but I'm just gonna take this time to talk about other topics. So yeah, the truth tapes unlock after mission 46, which is kind of like, okay. Alright, so let's talk about these tapes. So like the passes account Zero's location tape has them mentioning the Hudson River, which was also mentioned in Metal Gear Solid 2. This is so deep, the way the Hudson River appears in Metal Gear Solid 2, and the Phantom Pain. Also, I will say that Skullface has a fantastic performance here. So yeah, just like Skullface, his best moments are absolutely in the tapes. And also in the secret recording of Ocelot and Zero, Zero said, "He's the toughest son of a bitch I've ever known." I just thought that line was pretty funny, because I wasn't expecting Zero to say that in the way he said it. So like, okay. Also in the secret recording of Miller and Zero, they explain what, like, you know, what the V has come to means. It was pretty much just like a calling sign on when, you know, Venom Snake woke up. So that's what it is. So yeah, here I'm activating my armor, and I'm gonna take a more action approach, taking down these snipers. Yeah. And from there, you just kind of go from there. I don't know, one strategy I would do is sometimes if I was like surrounded by all like the snipers and there was no way to get out without being fired at, I would throw a couple smoke grenades just to give myself some cover. And from here on, I'm just gonna run around, wait for D-Dog to mark the enemies or for them to shoot at me, and then I'll take them out from there. Also, the secret recording of Skullface and Zero has this really neat motif for like the fake knife, or was it a knife? I don't know, basically like in a game where like the big twist is that you're a fake big boss. I think it's really neat that that Zero received the fake knife he thought was real, since, I don't know, you played the game thinking that you were the real big boss. So to be fair, I mean this motif appearing in a tape that appears after you beat like the last story mission of the game, once again, like the presentation or like the way this game doles out like its story, I think kind of undermines it in a lot of ways, because it is a really neat motif. But I don't know, man, I don't know. Like, I mean, to be fair, these tapes are a little bit more standalone than everything else in the game, because they appear exact. And my game just went offline. Oh, that's so stupid. Like, look at that. That was insanely dumb. But yeah, my game just went offline. But, you know, I dealt with it. And it's not like I really needed it to be online, because it's a single-player game. What's wrong with you? To be fair, being online gives me more money and also more access to money as well, materials, so I need it online. But yeah, it's neat that, like, Zero received the fake knife that he thought was real in context with everything else in this game and its motifs. Though I will say, I don't really know how to feel about Zero's old age in Metal Gear Solid 4 being caused by a virus Skullface implanted. Like, honestly, I prefer it just that Zero's mind just got worse instead of a deliberate virus. Though to be fair, I guess the virus is very similar to the way like Fox Die, or the way like Fox Die worked with Solid Snake, or the way that Solid Snake became like way older, way sooner. Like, I guess Zero kind of got infected with something similar like that, but still, I don't know. I feel like it's more interesting to have him, like, you know, lose his mind over time just because he got unlucky, because that's just how the real world works. But no, he got infected by some virus Skullface put on him. It's like, not that big. I don't like that retcon that much. Okay, but let me talk about the hamburger tape. Because, like, I mean, it's like one of the only pieces of comedy in the game, and it's honestly a really great piece of comedy. They just, like, it feels like the perfect joke. I don't know. It feels like probably one of the best jokes in the franchise, frankly. Because it's just, like, it's so well constructed. I mean, this franchise, like, I don't know, I'm also talking about 4, can have jokes that are just kind of like, hee hee, random, pee pee, poo poo. But this one is so well constructed, because, like, Kaz and Code Talker are, like, such well constructed characters, you know? Like, they're both, like, these, like, they both have these immigrant backgrounds, so they both kind of work off of that. And, like, you know, when Kaz like making the burger, like Code Talker's kind of reflecting on like how he's kind of lost touch with like his previous heritage, you know, like the Americanization of stuff, you know, yada yada. There's all like this, like, you know, deep, like, you know, character stuff going on, and it all builds to like make the punchline of the joke way funnier, just because, like, you know, these are like real people like going through this dumbass situation, and it's just like, it kind of elevates the joke beyond just, you know, funny hee-hee, like burgers, to like just this really just well-written, like, you know, well-constructed joke. I mean, I keep saying well-constructed over and over again, but it's just like, I don't know, you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, it's just like, this wouldn't work if Code Talker and Kaz weren't such good characters beforehand, and so because they wouldn't have anything to bounce off of each other. But since they do have so much to bounce off of each other, like this joke lands so much harder. And also like the way they like subvert the themes of the game, you know, like the whole ethnic cleansers and now ethnic liberators, or like the burgers, and also like the way how, you know, you're not really cooking a burger that's like good. You're like Code Talker was just talking about like some dumbass McDonald's burger. Like I don't know, it just feels like such a well done joke. I don't really know how to explain it any better. I'm not very like good at explaining like the brilliance of this joke, but it is really brilliant. It's honestly one of the best like skits in the entire series, and I'm sure the Peace Walker has more stuff like this in the tapes. See, did you see that? I got injured, but since like everything was in slow motion, I was able to perfectly align my shots to like shoot down those 2 skulls while I was injured. So that's like one advantage of being injured. And then once I shot those 2 skulls, since they were recovering from the shot, I could then like, you know, heal myself while recovering. And now since I think there's only like 1 skull left, I can go run and get all of her friends. And then once I get all her friends, I'll have to kill that last skull and then get her, and then that pretty much ends like this boss fight. Though I will say that wait, I will say what? I will say that I think like these skulls take a little bit longer to leave the battlefield than like the armor skulls. Cause like once you take out all 4 of the armor skulls, they're immediately gone. But these sniper skulls, they actually linger a little bit longer, but they don't linger forever. So yeah, you know, keep that in mind. But yeah, now I got 1 last skull to take down. And well, there she is. Also, like these skulls sometimes have a habit of like appearing behind you and doing a knife attack, and you can do like a QTE counter when they do that, but I failed it. But I don't know, I'm sure like that QTE counter looks really cool whenever, you know, they actually do it. But you know, like whatever. And since I had the armor, even though they hit me with that QTE like knife attack, it didn't count as a hit. And even when I'm critically injured, it doesn't count as a hit. So I mean, you saw me, like that was a critical injury, but it's not going to count as a hit. Like, it's insane. I'm telling you.
Don't tell me you took them all out. That's incredible, boss. Our men can rest in peace now.
So like I ran out of things to talk about on my outline, which, well, it's been like nearly 3 hours and 40 minutes, so I'd say that's pretty commendable. But now I gotta talk about stuff in this video, so excuse me. So yeah, I kept mentioning in my previous video that I do not plan on no damaging Death Stranding, though like I don't know, the more and more I think about it, I do kind of want to return to that game. But it's kind of awkward because, like, do I return to the PS4 version, which only runs at 30 FPS? Do I get the PC version? Though, to be fair, like, I mean, I don't know, look at my footage of Metal Gear Solid 5 here. It's not exactly the best looking. Like, I don't know, the resolution's weird. Like, the graphics aren't exactly as HD as they should be. But this is how I had to record it in order to get 60 FPS. So, like, what travesty would I have to do to the graphics of Death Stranding in order to make it run at 60 FPS on my laptop? Hell, if it would even run at 60 FPS on my laptop, that's not guaranteed. So like, I don't know, I think the PC version of Death Stranding is kind of out of the question for me to get. So then there's the PS5 thing that's coming out soon, but like that's gonna cost $60, and it's also gonna cost the admission fee of a PS5. So like, if I don't know, I feel like in the short term I definitely go for the PS4 edition, but the PS4 edition isn't the smoothest experience of Death Stranding out there, so I would feel kind of ripped off and like just going for the PS4 edition. But it is the only edition of the game I have. But like, I'm kind of interested in playing it at 60 FPS though, but I don't want to risk a PC purchase, and I don't want to pay for the game on PS5. Because I don't think I'm really going to get a PS5. Like, that Lost Judgment video, I think, is also going to be, like, a PS4 version. Though I think that might bite me in the ass. That might not bite me in the ass. Who knows? Who knows? I'll see what I can do about that. But, you know, yeah. However, one thing that's kind of dissuading me from doing a Death Stranding no damage, I mean, I have no plans on doing it anytime soon. But also, I looked it up. Death Stranding has 70 story missions. 70 story missions? What? 70 story missions. This game has 50. And like, I looked up speed runs of the game, and it's 5 like speed runs of the Phantom Pain are like 3 to 4, and then you get to Death Stranding like 5 to 6. To be fair, from my memory, I don't think any of the missions in Death Stranding had any extra objectives to mess around with, which definitely won't make them as long as like Phantom Pain missions, but there's a lot more missions in Death Stranding, and also a lot of that time is like walking across fields. You know, I mean, yeah, you have to manage your weight. I mean, there's a lot more going on than what you see in the video, but you know, like I'm telling you, like that is not something I plan on doing anytime soon, especially since I'm more interested in like finishing up the Metal Gear series before going on to Death Stranding, because the rest of the other Metal Gear games I have to tackle are much shorter. Like, yeah. So, and also like just this video in general has been very hard to like do commentary for, because it's such a long scale video. It's been like over 2 weeks and it's been nothing but Phantom Pain. And like, especially with this chapter 2 thing where you just repeat missions. So thankfully in Death Stranding, I don't think you ever repeat missions. It's always something new, always something like kind of original. And also the environments keep changing. I really like that about Death Stranding. Because like, I mean, I imagine that the environments in the Phantom Pain can get a bit samey, but in Death Stranding, there's always a new type of location, you know, like red beaches, like the grassy areas, like snowy areas, like more mountainous like ranges. Like I really love the environments of Death Stranding, and just the open world aspect of it. Really, it's handled a lot better than it was in the Phantom Pain. But yeah, I guess I'll save that for a Death Stranding video, you know, in whatever time it takes for me to get around to Death Stranding. No time soon. Don't expect it. Don't. I'm warning you. Don't. So yeah, here I'm going to rescue Code Talker, and I'm also going to reload a checkpoint, because while extracting Code Talker out of the area, I accidentally dropped him at a weird angle, and he did a big jump and damaged himself. So same thing which happened with Huey in the Hellbound mission. Though the advantage of this is that this like unskippable cutscene you have where he keeps talking at you, if you reload a checkpoint, the entire thing is gone. You can just run through that entire hallway. It was honestly pretty cathartic. So yeah, here I'm going to play some epic escape music. The evil like enemy within music from like Deus Ex 1. I really love this track, and also I do want to like do a no damage video of like all of Deus Ex someday, though. I don't know. I mean, I tried to get onto that, but like I don't know, Deus Ex was kind of like crashing my PC, and also think I started playing too much Metal Gear before like finishing that Deus Ex video. So yeah, I do want to get back to Deus Ex at some point. So yeah, I use my dog to distract this guy, and also take out that one guy, and I'll take out both of them right there. So that's how I deal with these guys at the door. But yeah, like this track is amazing for the moment it plays in the game. It's a really like emotional moment. I mean, maybe not that emotional, but like I think it really like gives this extra weight to the level, because like I don't know, I'll talk about it when we get to the Deus Ex video. But really amazing track. Like Deus Ex's soundtrack is amazing most of the time. Like, oh my goodness. So yeah, I'm actually taking a bit of a different strategy from my first run through of this mission, because now this time I'm going like all the way, I'm going like from the exact left, and I'm going from like the left side of the field and just going straight up, and it's working pretty well. So like you won't really encounter most enemies on your path, and any enemies you do encounter you can take out with like the stun grenade or your little pistol here, and it'll work out pretty well. And I can't really use my sniper rifle because I brought a lethal sniper rifle with me this time, so it's like, you know, funny. And then, you know, once you tranquilize anyone in your way, like on the left path, then you have the tank. But if you stay all the way to the left side of this wall, that tank is not going to see you. So you can just slowly walk up behind the tank, extract it, and then you can call the helicopter by that point, and then you can leave. And that pretty much ends this mission. And like, yeah, the music track came back. I'm just gonna let it play out. So yeah, I'm just sniping dudes in the balls with my tranquilizer. And to be fair, by this point in the game, I actually unlocked the tranquilizer pistol with infinite like suppressor ammo. Oh yeah, the tanks can actually wake up people. I noticed in a certain side op where like if you like stun everyone with like the stun arm, the tank can still like wake up like the armored units. Like the armored unit side ops, like it was pretty annoying because I would take out like 5 or 6 guys all at once, but then the tank would go and like everyone would wake up. Like I was like infuriated, but it can happen. So you know, just be careful for that when you're doing some of those side ops. But yeah, beyond that, there's not much more to say. And like yeah, I really love this track from Deus Ex. Like Deus Ex music's so good. Like I don't know, I mean, like Deus Ex music like, for the most part is amazing. There may be 1 or 2 tracks which are a little hokey, but for the most part, amazing soundtrack. And also I really like how I was able to sync up this whole soundtrack to like this entire sneaking section, and then I can just turn it off when I go to the helicopter. Like it's a really smooth transition, I think. I don't know. I don't think you'd disagree with me. I think you'd agree with me that it was pretty smooth the way I exited the area with the Deus Ex music. Yes, yes.
Boss, protect the target. If he dies, Mother Base dies with him.
I see. So it is finished.
This is Speed Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. Boss, protect the target. If he dies, Mother Base dies with him. The target's safety is your top priority. Gaining altitude.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development project has been added.
Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only.
So yeah, here is one of the only other like subsistence like variants of a repeat mission, occupation forces, and honestly the fact that this is a subsistence variant honestly changed up my whole playstyle here, because I can't just go and take out the tanks immediately because I don't have D-Horse with me and I don't have any mines, I don't have any decoys, so I can't just immediately go and get the tanks. I actually have to do the other objective first, like rescuing the prisoner and getting the intel. So like, ooh, it's changing everything up. It's really, really nice. And also my face is really dirty because I think I got too dirty using the parasite suit in the previous mission, so now it's like really dirty. I think it's a really cool aesthetic. Though I'm playing at nighttime, and I mentioned it before, but OBS has a tendency to like make any dark footage look way darker than it has any right to be. So like it may not even be this dark when I'm actually playing the game, but OBS is like, yeah, we're gonna make it darker. So it's like, come on. So yeah, let me talk to you about the objectives to this mission. So your primary objectives are to eliminate the Colonel and eliminate all tanks. Your secondary objectives are to secure the deployment plans, extract the Colonel, eliminate the Colonel and all tanks before they reach Smashe Fort, extract the prisoner from Sakurai Village, and extract all tanks. So I believe we're going to start off by pretty much running to Sakurai Village, where the prisoner and the intel is. Like the intel is pretty much the deployment plans, and we're also going to pretty much put our helicopter down from like the right side of this area, this little outpost, so we can infiltrate it from the right, though it is kind of like, yeah, we're infiltrating it from the right, though it's kind of like to our character's left, but yeah, right here. So I don't know why I'm doing this, like those little hops things, just because I think it looks cool. So we have no equipment, you know, SOP, site, procurement on site, you know, site on procurement. So yeah, there's a little mine there. We're going to take it a little slow to pick it up. And there's going to be a sniper coming up. And also, since this is a subsistence version of a mission, you can't choose what time of day you enter. You enter ASAP. But I timed it in such a way that I enter at night. So I think this is the part where there's a sniper up there. Yeah, like right to my right there. There's the sniper. So I'm just like, as long as you like keep crawling all the way to like the side to like the left here, like that sniper should not see you. That spotlight is worrying, though it never became an issue for me. So yeah, just like slowly crawl your way all the way to the sniper right here. And this sniper is actually going to give us a nice little waypoint marker to one of our objectives. I believe the intel. So yeah, spit it out. The operations room is in that building. Nice. So we just kind of climb all the way up there, and that's kind of approximately where our objective is. And since there's no one really close by, we can extract this dude. Very nice. And then from here on out, like, yeah, I mentioned it before, but the fact that I don't have D-Dog with me makes this mission a lot harder. Because, like, this is the type of, like, base that, like, there could be enemies in every single corner of, like, this, you know, outpost. And you might, like, it might catch you off guard. So you have to be really, really careful with the way you approach everything. So, yeah, you should be fine approaching this enemy over there. I don't really think there's anyone around. So, no dolphin dive? Oh, okay. I think I'm being, like, really careful. So, yeah, here I'm going to crawl just kind of to make sure no one else sees me. And also just, like, so that the guy over there doesn't hear me, so I can kind of just crawl up right behind him and grab him for more info. Now, I believe I'm going to interrogate this guy to see where all his friends are, but I forget if he's complacent or not. Let's see if he's complacent. So, he is not complacent. I'm so mad. Yeah, and like it doesn't matter how many times I'm asking him, he's never gonna tell me. That is so sad. Well, I think it's because like maybe his friend who patrols around this area, who I think I'm going to like alert a little bit by extracting the prisoner who's here. That's one of the objectives, and also extracting his friend. No, I think I'm gonna leave his friend there just so that the dude who shows up, like, yeah, the guy right there, he's gonna go check out what the hell's going on here. Why did I extract a prisoner? And I believe this guy's gonna tell me where everyone else is stationed, though I'm not 100% sure on that. Let's see what happens. But yeah, I'm just gonna wait him out as he goes around here. Then he checks out his friend, like, hey, are you okay? Oh, he went out. He went like the opposite way. But I can just pull up on him and just grab him before an alert phase happens. And now let's see. Oh, he doesn't have anything to say to me either. That's so annoying. Like, come on. But whatever. Any threats in this immediate area are kind of neutralized. So I'm gonna exfiltrate that guy. Fulton extract that guy. And very nice. And now we're just gonna keep moving forward to like that yellow objective marker. And by the way, the thing which I have marked on the map, like the little the waypoint A, that's gonna be where like or how we're gonna deal with the tanks. But we were gonna go there once we're gonna go to that area once I get the intel up there, because that is one of the objectives. I need to get that intel. Like even if you know what to do, you still need to get like the intel in order to complete the optional objective. So yeah, here we're just gonna slowly make our way across this entire area. A lot of crawling, very reminiscent of Snake Eater, honestly, which I like. I don't know, since I don't have so many tools to like fall back on, I have to go back to good old crawling, good old Snake Eater crawling. I mean, yeah, I don't have any camo with me. In fact, I can't choose which camo to have, but like we're back to crawling, and I like that quite a bit. So yeah, once you get to this part, we're gonna just slowly climb up. There are gonna be enemies around here, and also like every time you like kind of climb up to like one of these little like porch settings, I don't know what to call these, like these like wooden places, like there might be an enemy like over there overlooking you. So always like check your corners, because you never know, man. You never know. Some like these enemies can be a little bit spontaneous. So yeah, we're gonna climb up to this part here, and that's where the intel is gonna be. Oh, I'm actually gonna pull a bit of a fast one on the enemies who show up here. Because like, I mean, I'm actually going to enter in a pretty risky area. Wait, oh, I think I'm actually going to bait this enemy to come over here, and then I'm going to knock him out really quickly. That was so risky, and also I believe I alerted some of the enemies around the area. No, I didn't. I believe Fultoning this guy might alert some of people. Like, yeah, that guy's alerted. Which is, you know, pretty funny and all. And it's like, oh, this is what worries me. He says, better take a look, follow me. That implies that there's two people following him. It's like, yo, what do you mean by that? So I'm just going to enter. Thankfully, there's no window here to break. Though there was like something that kind of fell over. And yeah, so I'm going to get the intel. But you know, it was really risky to do that because, you know, there's still enemies patrolling here. In fact, there's one enemy which I don't have marked. I don't know where he is. But I'm assuming that he's following the guy which I do have marked. So I'm just going to follow the guy that's like, you know, is marked and just be more careful around his area. There you go. There's that really, really cool animation of me just scanning intel. And now I have to get out of here sneakily. And there we go. There's the guy there, and he's checking out the area, but he doesn't see anything. So he's going to become calm at one point, and then once he becomes calm, he's going to slowly make his way to enter this room. And once he tries to enter this room, I'm going to exit out the same way I entered. It's really, really cool the way I do this. Yeah, turn around, and also I'm gonna wait until like he's all the way at the door because he has a friend with him, and I believe that friend he's with is also going to enter the room with him. So it will be really safe if I just wait for him to be right there, and now I exit. Like I'm telling you, this stuff is really spontaneous. Like I mean, on these subsistence missions, since you have to rely more on like just your core sneaking, the spontaneity goes way up, especially with like the type of weapons you get or procure from people. Like yeah, like the spontaneity goes up, but you still need like a solid plan to rely on because you can't do it randomly. But even with a solid plan, there's still a little bit of spontaneity to it. You just have to be able to learn to adapt. And now here, I'm going to play like one of my favorite like sneaking tracks in the entire series. from Portable Ops. Since this game is so much like Portable Ops, might as well bring back one of the best like music tracks from Portable Ops here, and it gets really, really epic. So now I have to exit this place and follow the waypoint marker I set up, because at that place there is a tank which you can take over, and to be fair, that's not the plan I'm going to follow. Instead, like what's over there at that base are some soldiers which I can incapacitate and then use their like bodies to stop the tanks from like moving forward. Like there is something fancy you could do with a tank, but every time I tried to use the tank, I got caught, and that didn't happen in like the video guide I saw like by Mike. So it's like, yo, what's going on, Mike? What's your secret to using the tank? So I just kind of abandoned the whole tank plan and instead went for something more like, you know, using the soldiers like unconscious bodies to stop the tanks. And it worked out pretty well for me. But yeah, the music's gonna get really epic here. Check this out.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
So yeah, I had to reload a checkpoint for this mission, which means it completely cuts out the flow of like the song I was listening to. However, it kind of has a happy accident of making like this final section a little bit more epic, because honestly, if I let the song continue the way it was continuing, it would have ended like way too soon before I was actually done doing everything in my mission. So it's honestly a really, really happy accident, and honestly I kind of don't want to speak for like this entire section just because I think it's a really epic like sneaking section, also because I don't really have that much to say at this point. Like, I just kind of want you to enjoy the swag music. To be fair, it hasn't started yet, so I might as well talk about what I'm going to do. So, like, I haven't marked everyone at this base yet, but I'm going to try to, like, approach them all from behind, and I'm going to pretty much try to, like, get a good sense where everyone is. Like, there's, like, about 3 or 4 soldiers. I don't have to take everyone out. I just need to take out, like, maybe 1 or 2 so that I can, like, carry one of the soldiers to, like, the road in front of me, so I can put it on the road, and then when the tanks and, like, these 3, like, cars show up, I can, like, extract them all while they're distracted by the soldier. And like it gets insane. Like honestly, even at this point it gets insane, because I'm gonna try to like, look, that soldier noticed me. How am I like? And look at that. It was like that dude was alarmed, like right next to like his soldier, but like the other dude didn't even notice, even though there was a red big exclamation point in front of his head. Like, yo, what's going on? Then I get this guy, red exclamation point. The other guys don't even notice it at all. It's awesome. I'm telling you. It's like, I'm gonna like stop talking at this point because it's gonna get real epic at this point. That was awesome. That was so perfectly timed. I could have not timed that better. If I did not like reload that checkpoint, my sync would not have been that good and the song would have ended way too early. Like, what a blessing in disguise. Yeah, and also I really like that I was able to use this song for like the second to last level in the game, because it's kind of used in that exact same way in portable ops. So yeah, and also this is like the final sneaking section of the game, just if we're going by the mission order like list. So might as well include the most epic like sneaking theme for like the final sneaking mission main op of this game. So yeah, really glad I was able to do that. Really nice, made me smile. But now I don't really have that much to talk about until we reach the next mission, because the next mission has nothing to do with stealth. But yeah, we're pretty much almost done here. Like, it's been a long journey and we're pretty much almost over with it. Very nice, very nice. And I'm just glad that the new music I added to like my cassette tape, I was able to use in pretty cool ways in this video. Just kind of, add some variety to this chapter 2, like repetition nonsense.
This is P-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude. Departing.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development project has been added.
Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only.
Now here is the final mission of the game, which, technically this is the final boss, but it's just the same final boss, which we already fought before. And, it's the extreme version, so it has a little more health. But I also have better equipment, so it practically has the same amount of health. Honestly, it may even have like a little less. However, like, one thing is that it does attack faster, so like this one, that one attack with the sword, you actually have to like start running way before than the other time, because like those things come out way faster, so you're actually in more danger of being hit. But yeah, this robot fight is still cool. But pretty much like our objectives here, like yeah, the last time I'm going to say our objectives for like this video. So our objectives for main ops 50 is to, hold on, let me pull it up. So yeah, our objectives are: primary objective, destroy SAHELANTHROPUS. Secondary objectives are to destroy the head of SAHELANTHROPUS and to successfully hit the floating boy with an attack. Now, I would destroy this boss fight a lot quicker if I didn't have those secondary objectives, especially like the attack the boy with like the floating boy, because like you have to pretty much deliberately drag the fight out for the floating boy to like appear. But yeah, I'm just kind of aiming for the head, and I'm sure like the head is gonna get destroyed at one point. And also, I get really lucky with the way I'm able to avoid like these like floating shards, like these little like magic things. And also, D-Dog died. I'm so sad. Honestly, I mean, it's a pretty climactic thing for D-Dog to die at this point in the video. It's like the final mission. Oh no, D-Dog died. No, revenge. I'm not gonna let you get away with that. And also, like every time it shoots the machine gun fire, run to the side. Very nice. But yes, this is pretty easy overall. We got supply drop. Once we get the supply, we gotta run over there, and thankfully the helicopter's gonna start shooting at one point. It's like, oh my god, the sword. I think this part's gonna be really epic. What's gonna happen right now? Like, oh, it's because like the things didn't hit me, so I'm able to shoot it out, and very nice. And also, I brought this like submachine gun in order to shoot the floating boy that shows up. I mean, not much has changed from the first time I fought this guy, except that his attacks are a little faster, so you kind of have to be more on the move when fighting this guy. Now the helicopter's distracting SAHELANTHROPUS, and honestly, I could kill it right now, but I can't because I have to wait for the floating boy to show up. So like waiting for the floating boy definitely drags this fight out. So instead I'm going for headshots, which deal less damage. I'm trying to get this thing's damage to like the lowest possible percentage as possible, so that when I actually do have a chance to like kill it, I can kill it really, really, really quickly. So yeah, here, like, oh no, my helicopter died, my dog died, no, and now it's gonna do a laser attack. What? Oh my goodness, it's so intense. So now you have to hide away from the laser, and I think I already found the place. And yeah, like this laser phase is pretty prolonged. You just kind of wait. And now I'm gonna try to like distract the audience with this nice little clicking toy. Yeah, little, click, 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 click. And yeah, now I'm going to say, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed like this long series of videos. And yeah, like, I mean, don't expect anything new to show up anytime soon because, well, I don't know, I have a new semester starting, and I kind of have to get my house in order. Like, I have to like get my house in order before playing any more video games. So don't expect anything new, like anything big coming in, like anytime soon. So yeah, be ready for that. So here I'm gonna play this pretty epic track to pretty much end off the video on, and this boss fight. And yeah, if you were wondering why there's some things I haven't mentioned yet about the Phantom Pain, like, oh, why didn't you mention Chapter 1 cutscenes? Oh, why didn't you mention the soundtracks of every single Metal Gear Solid game? And it's because that's the real Phantom Pain.
Nearly there, boss. Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories about this one, boss.